The manga begins with a young man with white hair, his arms tied, about to be executed. He says that he never imagined that, being an S-class adventurer, he would be killed in such a way. In front of the young man with white hair, it seems to be the end of the line, just like the cliff. He has no chance of surviving a fall. However, the method by which he is to be killed is even more bloodthirsty. Behind the young man, there is a man holding a sword and pointing it at the young man's head. Once again, the young man questions whether he is going to die or not. Then, what appears to be a flashback shows the young man with white hair, who seems to be the protagonist of this work, facing a giant hairy monster covered in thorns. Around him, there are many bloody bodies on the ground, presumably dead due to the giant monster. The young man with white hair stands unsatisfied because the monster is very strong, and it seems that the young man does not intend to give up easily. Still willing to fight, the young man casts a resurrection spell with his right hand pointed forward, and in this process, a circle with a star forms, symbolizing the use of magic. At that moment, all of the protagonist's allies who were dead are resurrected. Quickly, one of the young men who were on the ground gets up, holding a sword, and jumps close to the monster's head, which is instantly decapitated by the young man. With this, the protagonist's team secures victory. The next scene reveals that the protagonist's group are bounty hunters, adventurers, and they are dividing the reward for the monster they just killed. As agreed among them, the reward will be divided equally. The girl in the group is holding some small bags with coins, which are the reward they acquired for eliminating the giant monster. She tells her teammate that the reward was higher than usual. The young black man responds that the reward was high because the monster was giant and very strong. The girl passes part of the reward to Alan, the young man who, holding a sword, decapitated the monster. Then, she passes part of the reward to José, the young black man who commented on why the reward was high, and finally, she passes the reward to the protagonist. When she says his name in a tone of joy, it is revealed that the protagonist of the work is called Licht. The group is very happy because the mission was done well. The girl says that since Licht joined the group, they have been completing missions faster and more efficiently. José says that Licht's resurrection skill is very useful for the group, as they can come back to life several times. He also says that the only downside is that dying is not cool at all. The girl says that things would have been more complicated if Alan hadn't invited Licht to join the group, and that the battles would have been more difficult and complicated. Then she asks if Alan invited Licht to the group because of his skills. Alan says that he needed one more member to complete the group, and that luckily, Licht was the only one without a group, which is why he received Alan's invitation. Licht responds that he had not told anyone about his ability until now. The girl, curious about this revelation, asks Licht why he doesn't want to spread his special ability to everyone, as this ability is incredible and could benefit the kingdom. Licht replies that he is afraid of revealing such an ability because bad people might try to take advantage of him or something terrible might happen. However, he says that the group has been very kind to him, even though he was a complete stranger, which is why he revealed his special ability only to the group he is currently with. José and the girl are extremely happy with Licht's words and begin to pat Licht on the back, thanking him for the comment he made. The girl says that it is because of Licht that the group has become invincible, and she is very grateful to him. She also admits that she initially thought Licht was useless, but changed her mind after seeing his special ability. The girl approaches Alan and says that their dreams of becoming S-class adventurers are no longer just dreams, as they are now at a very high level. Upon hearing this, Alan places his hand on Licht's shoulder and says that he has high expectations for him. Licht thanks him. The group is talking while eating in a room. Alan says that he already has the letter for the next mission and starts telling his group the details. He says that the guild wants them to explore a small sanctuary and that the reward is very good. The girl says that together they will complete the mission. While following a path through trees and vegetation, the group finds a strange passage. Licht says that the sanctuary is practically barren and very cramped. Upon hearing this, Alan tells them to go back. The girl is discouraged at not being able to explore further, but they follow Alan's words. Licht begins to feel confused, as they did not explore the place properly and were already leaving. He senses that something is wrong. After realizing this, Licht's other allies ask him for forgiveness, and suddenly, several footsteps can be heard approaching the place. A bishop and several knights suddenly surround the young protagonist, who is left without understanding anything. The knights in armor begin to point their spears at Licht, immediately showing their intentions, which, judging by Licht's reaction, were not good at all. The bishop shows Licht a document and says that the kingdom has issued an execution order for him, also telling him not to take it personally. Licht is surprised and irritated at the same time, without understanding the reason for this document, and quickly tries to resist the soldiers. Outraged and confused, Licht says that he has done nothing wrong and that he always pays his fees. He also says that he works as an adventurer. The bishop responds that the problem lies with his special ability. Licht responds that he does not understand what his ability has to do with it and reflects on how they found out about it. The bishop says that this special ability is too dangerous to be in the hands of a simple boy, and that he knows this ability has been used to revive many people. However, it would be a problem if he used the ability to revive demons. Licht responds that he would never use his special ability for that purpose, and that the bishop is committing a great injustice. Licht also asks the bishop to consult his group, as they would certainly support him. Licht tells them to respond to the bishop. Alan apologizes and says that he cannot go against the kingdom's orders and tells Licht to bear it, as it is for his own good. Licht questions Alan's decision, saying that he contributed a lot to the group and that if he left, everything would fall apart. Alan says that at the time, they found his abilities very useful, which is why they let him stay in the group. However, as he can see, no one in the group has died since then, so the white-haired young man's ability is now useless to the group. Alan also says that because Licht does not contribute anything, he still receives part of the reward, and because of this, the group is dissatisfied with having him as a member. Alan concludes by saying that this is the appropriate fate for his former teammate and that he should accept death, if he's lucky. Perhaps he will be buried in the cemetery of heroes, just like a necromancer. Licht calls out the names of his other two classmates, José and the girl, whose name is Shizuku. However, Shizuku says that she completely understands what he's feeling right now and that calling their names won't do any good. She mockingly asks Licht not to hold a grudge against them and bids farewell to the young man who is about to be killed. In a quick scene, Alan receives a large amount of gold from the bishop. At that moment, Licht realizes that he never had real friends and that trusting people was a big mistake. But now, he has nothing else to do. The story returns to the opening scene, where the protagonist is about to be executed. The protagonist is tied up and blindfolded. The executioner removes Licht's blindfold and asks what his last words are. Licht asks what location this is. The executioner says they are at the cliff of execution and adds that after he pierces Licht's heart with the sword, he will push Licht's body off the cliff. Licht calls everyone trash. The executioner tells him to be grateful for having a quick death because he could change the execution method to a slower and more painful one, so Licht should be polite in his words. No one would ever imagine that an S-class adventurer would die in such a way, and life is full of surprises. The executioner tells him to bet everything on his ability not to die. Irritated, Licht asks the executioner to hurry up. At that moment, the executioner's sword goes through Licht, causing him immense pain, and he spits blood. Then, the young man is thrown from the cliff, wondering if he will die in such a place. After a few seconds, the young man's body hits the ground, lifeless. The executioner walks away, saying that he has finished the job and that it was a very tiring day. However, no one went down to check if the young man was truly dead. After some time, the resurrection magic is automatically activated, and the young man begins to regenerate. The glow of life in his eyes is rekindled, and his body and clothes are restored. The young man gets up and wonders how he isn't dead, and if the executioner might have missed the heart, which is why he is alive. When looking for the wound on his clothes, Licht finds no evidence that he had been executed. Licht begins to think that someone else had used the resurrection ability, as his body was already dead, making it impossible for him to use such an ability. However, he also concludes that he was the only one who had this ability, so it would work even if he died. Angry, Licht understands that one of his friends betrayed him, and that he would never trust anyone again. Despite surviving, he knows he cannot return to the kingdom of Risaga, as he would be hunted again, and begins to think of somewhere to hide. Licht lost everything he had in life: his allies, his adventurer title, his home, and almost his life for trusting those who shared his daily bread. So, the time has come to change paths and embark on a new journey. Walking in the opposite direction of the kingdom, Licht comes across the ocean, which seems to be the end of the line for continuing along that path. In this world, judging by the conquered territories, the ratio between demons and humans is 3 to 7. Licht remembers hearing about a dungeon near the border, but it was dubious information as the source was not trustworthy. However, Licht no longer has any other option to follow, especially now that he is completely alone. After walking for a long time, Licht reaches the end of the line again and believes that the rumor he heard about the dungeon was a lie. He begins to get angry, picking up a rock and throwing it at the mountain in an act of fury. Suddenly, a noise is heard, as if the stone had hit a metal wall. At that moment, a light of hope shines over the young man. Under the waters of the sea, there is a rock with a large metal door on it. The young man is surprised that there is something like this in such a desolate place. He quickly starts swimming toward the door, as it could be the legendary dungeon mentioned earlier. Upon arriving in front of the gate, it opens automatically, and the young man is happy because he would have a chance to leave the kingdom. Upon entering the dungeon, the young man continues walking and exploring the path around. After some time, he comes to the conclusion that there are no monsters in the place, even though the dungeon is large, as it has been inactive for a long time. Licht decides to stop complaining, as the absence of monsters would make it easier for him to pass through the area calmly. But as time passes, the young man becomes bored and decides to awaken the dungeon by resurrecting all the monsters that had been killed in it. He also resurrects the heroes who had slept to be his allies. Licht would do as the damned bishop said. Even if the body was decomposing or had been dead for a long time, he could easily revive it because of his special ability. He no longer cared about anything else, as he had just been killed as if he were a sacrificial animal. Without wasting time, Licht activates the dungeon using his resurrection ability. A huge bang is heard. The young man never imagined feeling so scared and experiencing the sensation that his soul was being sucked out. Suddenly, a group of girls resurfaces due to Licht's ability. They appear to be very happy to be alive and to have their bodies restored. The noble girl asks her red-haired companion, referring to her as Mau-sama, if the knight in front of them is the one who revived everyone in the dungeon. The red-haired girl asks the others to return to their posts and ensure that no one approaches the place. She then turns to Licht and asks him if he was the one who had revived everyone in the dungeon. Licht replies yes. The red-haired girl asks how he achieved such a feat, as she and her allies had been dead for over 100 years and that not even a necromancer could revive someone without mortal remains. Licht gets goosebumps because he never imagined he would be so powerful as to revive someone who no longer had a body and who had died a century ago. Licht responds to the red-haired girl that even he doesn't know how he achieved such a feat and says that he couldn't explain the details. Then, the two briefly face each other. Earlier, it was mentioned that the red-haired girl was not alone in front of Licht. Other characters were present. A girl with a noble appearance and black clothes, a young girl with pigtails in her hair, an adult elf, and her little elf sister, who was a child. The red-haired girl is called Aria. She has armor around her body and long hair. The young girl with pigtails is called Faris. She wears a short dress and a cubic bracelet on both wrists. The adult elf is called Tis. She has pointy ears, large breasts, and wears a dress. The child elf, who is the adult elf's little sister, is named Iris. She wears a short dress similar to a ballet dress, big socks that go above the knee, and has short hair. The noble girl who referred to Aria as Mawu-sama, a title given to a demon lord, is called Rosé, a beautiful girl in black clothes with a noble appearance. She wears pantyhose and shorts over them, long boots with heels, and gloves. Returning to the current situation, Aria looks directly at Licht and starts laughing, saying that the young man is very interesting. The fact that he can revive the dead is something never seen before. Aria asks the young man if he wants to join her group. Licht asks if she would really accept him in her group. Aria answers yes, especially since the young man appears to be in trouble and in danger. She also says that she doesn't know what situation he is in, but she would be willing to help him, simply because he revived her and her companions. Licht accepts Aria's invitation. After all, he no longer has anyone else in the world he could join. He never imagined he would be accepted so easily by a group of girls who serve the Demon King's army. So he should be grateful for the invitation, as he would never receive anything like that again. Licht asks the girl what her name is. After all, it's annoying not to call someone by their name, especially when they're a partner. The girl introduces herself as Aria, better known as the legendary Demon King. Licht introduces himself and then asks who the other 4 girls accompanying her are. Aria responds that they are her followers and that they were also grateful to be revived. Who would have thought that the young man would go from an S-class adventurer to a member of the Demon King's army? Licht didn't have the chance to talk to the other girls, but from what it looked like, they were good people who served Aria. After all, Aria seems to trust them a lot, so they are believed to be strong and competent. Aria tells her followers that the first task to be accomplished is to rebuild Dystopia. Despite 100 years having passed, the place remained the same. Licht asks if Aria is referring to the dungeon they are in. Aria responds yes and says that the dungeon is known as the Slayer of Adventurers. Aria says that despite so much time passing, the dungeon is still strong and resilient, so it can still be used. Licht asks how he can help, as he doesn't have many combat skills. Aria starts laughing at the young man and slaps him on the back, telling him not to be stupid as she has no reason to send him into battle. She also says that she values Licht's special ability a lot, and they would have someone compatible with the young man, so she will not designate any specific area for him. Licht says that he is aware that the dungeon area is large and asks if only the 4 of them are in charge of protecting everything. After all, it is not normal for a dungeon of this size to not have more guards, so that would mean the girls are short on manpower. He then reinforces the question by asking if there is anything unusual about the 4 girls. Aria responds that there is nothing unusual about them and that before they died, they appeared to be very tired and said they barely had time to sleep. Licht reflects on the fact that the dungeon is large and therefore the areas would also be large, making it a tiring activity to take care of everything with so few people. Apart from the fact that Dystopia is known as a killer of adventurers, it is a difficult dungeon to explore. Licht suggests that they should reassess the stations. Aria is skeptical about the young man's suggestion and tells him to inform the others. Then, Aria says that she has many things to do and that she would be counting on Licht to take care of the rest. Licht, a little nervous, says that he understands his duty and heads to the area closest to the end of the dungeon, where he finds a library. When he enters, he already sees Faris, who appears tired and agitated, as she is extremely busy with her tasks. Faris says that she is fulfilling her duties and that the feeling of accomplishment after putting everything in place is incredible. She then asks what the young man is doing there. Each place in the dungeon is defined with a specific name. This helps when locating yourself on the map and in the areas. The place where the young man and Faris are is called the Hall of Melancholy. Licht begins to think that Faris is not an ordinary human and that she could have incredible powers, as she takes care of the area located at the end of the dungeon. Licht replies that he heard they have to work a lot in the dungeon, which is why he came to take a look, hoping to find a way to reduce the workload. He ends by saying that he received Aria's permission to perform this service. After hearing this, Faris kneels and says that the young man is her savior and that she has a lot of respect for him. Licht asks the girl how many areas in the dungeon are under her responsibility. She replies that there are 5 areas in total. At this moment, young Licht is scared, as normally there would be a boss in each area. As little as he knows, the girls who serve area are not monsters but high-ranked demons. Judging by appearances, the girls are not subordinate to anyone. They just obey their demon lord. But why would Faris be taking care of so many areas alone? Licht concludes that the lack of manpower is a serious problem, much worse than he imagined. Faris says that it is good to have friends around, as the areas she takes care of are very close to Mao-sama, and for this reason, the pressure she receives is 10 times worse. Faris explains that Iris and Tis take care of their areas together, which creates more work for her, and there would be nothing to do about it. Licht thinks that the situation is not easy to resolve and suggests that the only option at the moment is to place traps in the empty areas, but he can't say if Aria would approve of his idea. Faris advises the young man to try to talk to Mao-sama, as she would be in a good mood and likely to accept the idea. Besides, Faris says that since Licht is responsible for resurrecting everyone in the dungeon, Mao-sama would hardly refuse any idea coming from him. In an excited and serious tone, Faris says that the time for a revolution has come. This makes the young man think that the girl might want him to lead a rebellion or something, but he remains calm and decides to visit another area of the dungeon to check on other works. After walking a little, the young man arrives at the primordial forest, a place full of trees and vegetation. In the center, he finds the 2 elf sisters who are the guardians of the place. As soon as the young man approaches the sisters, they notice his presence. Tis, the adult elf, apologizes and says that she didn't have time to prepare anything for the young man. Licht responds that everything is fine and tells them not to bother. Tis calls the young man by name and asks if she is pronouncing it correctly. The young man is surprised, as he hadn't introduced himself yet, so he asks how she knew his name. Tis replies that she heard his conversation with Mao-sama but had no intention of spying. Licht says he is there to help them lighten the workload, as he agreed with Aria that it would be best for the dungeon. At that moment, the elf sisters become nervous because they don't understand what the young man is up to. However, they decide that actually reducing the workload will be of great help to everyone in the dungeon. Licht asks if they are in charge of the forest area, and they confirm that they are. The young man then asks why they don't split up to take care of more areas. After he says that, Iris grabs her sister Tis. Tis then turns to Licht and says that this is the reason. The strength of the 2 together is much greater, so there would be no point in them being separated. Iris asks Tis why the young man doesn't revive the servants, which leaves the young man with doubts. After seeing the expression on Licht's face, Tis explains that the servants are puppets created by Mao-sama and that they were normally the ones who did the work. She then asks if it would be too much trouble for the young man to revive them. A little upset, the young man says that he can't revive beings that don't have a soul. Iris says that it would be interesting and beneficial for everyone if Mao-sama created servants again. Tis agrees with this idea, but says that creating them would be a lot of work and would take a long time, so Mao-sama wouldn't do it again. Licht is frustrated at not finding solutions to solve the problem. He says he will think more about it. At that moment, Tis tells him not to try too hard and to prioritize his health. To complement her sister's statement, Iris says she will be rooting for the young man and tells him to do his best. Continuing his task of helping Aria's companions, Licht meets José, and the scene is already strange. José is a vampire, and normally vampires sleep during the day because of the sunlight, but José is up and working. José asks what the young man wants and says that he is in the Bat Cave. Licht realizes that the girl didn't have time to sleep because she was very busy, as the area she is working in is the area at the beginning of the dungeon. Licht says that he is investigating the problem of lack of labor in Dystopia, and from what he is analyzing, the problem is much worse than he imagined. Upon hearing this, José thanks him for his services and says that she wasn't expecting such help. José says that she is sad because the others have a very difficult life, but compared to them, her life is much easier. Licht doesn't understand why José thinks her duties are easier and asks her how many areas she is in charge of. José responds that she is currently taking care of 7 areas and asks if there is a problem with that. Licht concludes that José is the busiest among all the others, as she takes care of more territories. He tells her that it is absurd for her to take care of all these areas alone. José says that she is a vampire, so he doesn't need to worry about that. She also says that she has more energy than the others, so she wouldn't have problems dealing with more areas. However, she reflects that if the work becomes more complicated, she would have trouble managing her time well. Licht starts to think that if there were more people helping the girls in their duties, the work would be lighter and less tiring. But it wouldn't be easy to find that workforce and hire more workers, as they couldn't call just any monster. After this reflection, the young man ends up having an idea about what to do. To make Dystopia more resistant against attacks, it is necessary to increase the workforce urgently. Finding more workers is essential, even if it takes time. In any case, there is a person who would make this work seem like a joke. All adventurers have heard stories about him, the legendary Necromancer. After that, Licht and Forrest go up to the surface together, outside the dungeon. Forrest begins to notice everything around her and says that things have changed a lot since the last time she saw the world. Licht says that she had awakened from a sleep of 100 years, so the world would not be the same as it was then. Licht notices that there is a bridge that connects the dungeon to the land, but this bridge wasn't there when he had to swim to get to the dungeon gate. Forrest says that it was José who built the bridge to make entry and exit easier. The young man is surprised by the fact that José works too much. Then he sees a huge wolf on the other side of the bridge. The young man gets scared and tells Forrest to be careful with the wolf. She responds that the wolf had been tamed by José, so that's why it isn't an enemy, but rather a means for them to make their journey. After that, the girl starts to pet the wolf and asks Licht to climb on top of it. Forrest also climbs on top of the wolf, staying behind Licht. Then she hugs the young man since the wolf doesn't have a support to hold on to. After some travel, Forrest asks Licht if he knows where they are going. Licht replies that he does, and that if he didn't know, the situation would be bad because it would lead to big problems. The young man says he is heading towards the hero's cemetery, where the Necromancer is buried. He is currently being preserved for religious purposes, and because of this, the presence of guards is few. Forrest says that if the mission goes well, it will benefit everyone in the dungeon, and because Mao-sama allowed them to carry out such an idea. Licht says that she was happy for him to go after the Necromancer, even though he had to take one of her companions along. Forrest asks, even if they successfully revive the Necromancer, if Arya would accept him in Dystopia. Licht replies that everything would be fine, as Arya has a lot of trust in him. He then tells the girl to prepare because, when they get close to the tomb, there may be guards, so they should be ready for a fight. The girl becomes thoughtful and asks if the young man's ability is to resurrect the dead. Licht says yes. Then the girl asks if he could revive her several times if she happens to die in battle. Licht tells her not to worry because she is his companion. He would revive her as many times as necessary. Meanwhile, at the Necromancer's tomb, 2 guards heard rumors that a group of 2 people was approaching the place. They were surprised because they never imagined that someone would appear there during their shift. The muscular guard says that it is common for thieves to try to invade the place to steal valuable goods, and that, unfortunately, this type of rubbish is common in the kingdom. The other guard next to him says that it is already a sin to set up a scheme to get rich quickly, and it is even worse to do this with the hero's belongings. The muscular guard holds the axe tightly and says he will punish anyone who invades the place. At that moment, Licht and Faris were close to the entrance of the hero's cemetery, so they got down from the wolf, and Faris told it to wait for them to come back. After walking a little, Licht saw the Necromancer's tomb, but when he realized that something was wrong, the young man stopped walking and asked Faris to be careful. Without thinking twice, the two guards, who were hiding, jumped on the duo with the intention of cutting them with an axe. During the attack, the muscular guard says that whoever attacks first guarantees victory. The young man manages to dodge the attack as he was already prepared for surprise attacks, but unfortunately, his companion was cut in half, and in a few seconds, she ended up dying from the wound. However, something unusual happened to the second guard. He began to twitch from pain and died from a wound identical to Faris's. The muscular guard doesn't understand, as his companion hadn't been hit by any weapon, and he keeps asking the young man what he did to cause this damage even without having a weapon. At that moment, the young man begins to understand why Arya had chosen Faris to be one of her companions. The guard, without understanding anything, tells the boy to explain why the second guard died. Faris didn't explain that she had a special ability, but when he observed how the second guard was killed, he immediately realized Faris's special ability applies the damage she takes to the person who inflicted the damage on her. It would be like a spell that returns the attack to the attacker, but both suffer the attack in the same proportion. After understanding what happened, Licht uses his resurrection ability and brings Faris back from the dead, telling her that she should have explained her ability beforehand. Meanwhile, the guard is scared as he has never seen anything like this and ends up falling to the floor in fear. Faris starts to approach him and takes the knife that the guard kept in his pocket. Without hesitation, she cuts her own neck and activates her special ability, which shares the damage. After doing this, both the girl and the guard die. This special ability of Faris is like a double-edged sword. She could kill whoever she wanted with this ability, but she would die when using it. However, since she had an ally who could revive her as many times as necessary, she was calm when using her special ability. Once again, the young man uses his special ability to bring Faris back to life. He says they have to find the body quickly, as reinforcements would soon arrive to cover for the two guards who were killed. After that, they start looking for the Necromancer's tomb. After searching so much for the Necromancer's tomb, the young man and the girl finally find a tombstone, and on it is written, "Here rests the Necromancer, Dorothy." Without wasting time, Licht uses his special resurrection ability, and at that moment, a new companion joins the army of demons as they urgently need manpower. Suddenly, a hand passes through the tomb, and the voice of a woman asks for help to get out. The young man, next to Faris, decides to help the woman. The Necromancer, relieved to have left the tomb, says that the young man could have taken her body before reviving her. Licht apologizes because he didn't even think about it, but the Necromancer says everything is fine. Dorothy asks why the young man revived her. The young man responds that, getting straight to the point, they wanted her to be their new companion. Dorothy accepts, saying that since the girl was not human, she would join them, but she has a question before continuing the journey. Dorothy says that the young man is not a necromancer like her, so she asks what methods he used to revive her. She also notes that there seems to be no master-servant relationship between them, judging by the fact that she did not become a servant. The young man says she is right, and that he really wasn't a necromancer. He just has a special ability called resurrection, and with it, he can revive the dead, but he can't make them submit to him. He also mentions that the special ability works on himself, making him practically immortal. The necromancer is impressed by the young man's special ability. She says that her abilities are similar to his, but she would be unable to revive herself when she dies. She says that she has never heard of an ability like that, and Faris praises the young man, saying he is incredible. The young man thanks her. Dorothy says that she accepts being his companion and will do everything to make up for the resurrection. Licht says that he is very grateful for her help, then tells them to continue their journey as reinforcements are arriving to surround the area. After arriving in Dystopia and exploring all the areas, the Necromancer says that the dungeon is really very big, and even if she sent spirits to protect all the areas, she would need a good number to cover them completely. The young man understands that it would be something very complicated for a Necromancer to do, especially in a short time. Dorothy responds that, on the contrary, it would be a very simple task for her, as enslaving a large number of spirits is her strong point. At that moment, Dorothy takes a deep breath and launches her magic, covering and filling every corner of the dungeon. After a few moments, she says that she already has enough spirits. Licht is impressed with so much power and speed. Dorothy says that the spirits will be arriving in the areas that were not guarded in a matter of minutes. Dorothy says that she is able to take complete control over hundreds of spirits at once. Licht thinks that her title of Necromancer wasn't just for show. Dorothy asks if she can use one of the areas as she wishes and adds that she never imagined she would work for the Demon Lord. Licht concludes that from that moment on, José and the others will be able to perform their duties well and will be able to concentrate on defending and managing their areas better. The areas that only had spirits are weaker compared to the areas that had a boss, but this already made it easier for the girls to take good care of their areas and still have support. The Necromancer asks the young man why, even though he is human, he works for the Demon Lord. The young man responds with a sad expression, saying that he has been involved in several problems in the human world, which is why he cannot return there, and that the dungeon is the only place that would accept him. The Necromancer says that she doesn't know much about the young man's story, but she won't investigate further. She ends by saying that he shouldn't be discouraged because of this, as the world isn't a fair place. Dorothy says that she forgot to greet the Demon Lord and that it would be interesting for her to go there to greet him as she is a newcomer. The young man tells her not to worry about that, as Mao-sama is sleeping. He adds that before that, she would have to greet the other companions who are scarier, like Faris. Dorothy gets scared and says that from what she remembers, Faris was the girl who was with her on the trip to Dystopia and asks if she really is scary because she doesn't seem like it. Licht says that if someone attacks her, she would retaliate by cutting her own throat. The Necromancer says that just as Faris and the others are comrades, she would naturally trust everyone, but if something happens to her, she would like the young man to help her. With a calm and happy expression, the young man tells her not to worry and that if something happens, he will go there to resurrect her. Dorothy says that if possible, he should come before she dies. Meanwhile, remembering the beginning of the plot, Licht was betrayed by his companions. Now, showing the other side of the story, Alan is sitting thoughtfully at a table. Alan was the leader of Licht's group who reported him to the kingdom in exchange for gold coins. Suddenly, a girl appears who had also betrayed the young protagonist. She asks if he had found a replacement for Licht. Alan says that he hasn't found one yet, as finding an S-class adventurer is not an easy task. Not all adventurers have reached that level, and he doesn't know the whereabouts of all of them, nor is there a guarantee that any of them would want to join his group. The important thing is to find an adventurer who has healing ability, because as they are strong, they no longer need someone with resurrection power. So, it is not easy to find someone compatible with the group, making them all useless for current training. Even if the healer and adventurer with healing ability supports healing, if they are on the front line, they would be killed easily. The girl, without understanding, asks if he is talking about fighting while protecting the healer. She also says that there would be no problems since they are S-class adventurers, and for this reason, they would attract strong healers as well. Alan says that the thing about the healer class as a whole is that no matter how high their rank is, it doesn't change the fact that physically they are ridiculously weak. Even if they are S rank, they would fight equally with a mid-rank adventurer. The girl says that Licht was reasonably useful in a fight. Alan responds that Licht wasn't a healer. The girl says that resurrection was just Licht's special ability, and that's why his combat ability was good enough to join the group. Alan says there's no point in thinking about it. After all, Licht is no longer an option. Alan says that the important thing at the moment is to find someone to join the group and use them as bait. The girl says that it doesn't matter if she has to abandon the new member, or perhaps it would be better not to recruit anyone. Alan says that he is calmly looking at the list of candidates and that luckily he might find a golden egg. The girl sees a letter on the table addressed to Alan, so she asks what the letter is about. Alan says it must be another one of those mission calls. The girl tells him to read the letter. Alan is surprised because the letter is about investigating a dungeon after many reports of an immense amount of magical power coming from an old dungeon that should have been inactive for many years. The girl finds it strange that something like this is happening and asks if by chance a bunch of monsters had entered an abandoned dungeon. Alan replies that the dungeon is located on the border between the human world and the demonic world, and that monsters could migrate to that location. He then decides whether or not to accept the mission. The girl says that this dungeon was a hot topic some time ago, as there were false rumors about a demon lord living there. Alan is surprised when he finishes reading the letter. The reward for the exploration mission is 500,000 gold. Upon hearing that, the girl becomes excited, so Alan decides to accept the mission. A few days have passed since Dorothy joined the protagonist's group, but during that time, no events have occurred in Dystopia. While reading a book, Dorothy says that it has been some time since the human world learned about Dystopia. Licht asks how the Necromancer would have such information. She replies that she placed one of the spirits she enslaved around the dungeon to keep watch, and the spirit saw some humans nearby. Licht says he didn't know that spirits could be used in that way. Dorothy says she thought it would be a nuisance, so she hadn't ordered an attack, but she thinks that at some point they will attack Dystopia. The young man thanks her for the information and says that when the time comes, they will be ready to protect the dungeon. Licht also says that José, Faris, and the others are happy with the spirits that the Necromancer summoned to help them in their tasks. Dorothy says that she is happy to help, and that in the past, she didn't see much use in using spirits, so her ability was rarely used. Then she asks what she should do when the fight starts. The young man replies that she doesn't need to worry about such an incident, as José and the others will deal with all the threats before the troops reach their location. After a while, Arya arrives at the place where Dorothy and Licht were talking and says that she finally found them both. Dorothy says that it is a pleasure to meet Mau-sama. Arya responds that the other girls had talked about her new companion and tells Dorothy to keep up the good work. At that moment, Licht tells Arya that the dungeon will soon be attacked by a group of humans. Arya gets excited and says that she will grant the wish of the humans who invade the place, which is to have a quick death at the hands of the demon lord. So, Arya would be willing to face them directly. Arya says that unfortunately, there will be no opponents left for her because right at the beginning of the dungeon, they will die at the hands of the other girls. Licht says that the girls didn't seem to be that strong when he talked to each one. Arya responds that they are very strong, but Iris is only strong when fighting alongside Tis. Arya says that José is very strong, with strength similar to that of an orc, which is why she will devour all humans who get in her way. Dorothy asks if José might let some humans pass and reach the place where they are, because she knows what it's like to be killed by a vampire and the despair that humans will feel. The young man responds that he will talk to José and says that she wouldn't deny a request like that. Afterward, Mau-sama leaves, saying that she doesn't care if there are enemies left for her to face, but that she would be busy with other matters. The young man still doesn't understand Arya's true intentions, but he respects every decision she makes, as she is the true terror of any S-rank adventurer who enters the dungeon. Dorothy is surprised by the normal and calm way in which the young man talks to Maui-sama. Considering that she is the great demon lord, fear and despair would be a common reaction for a human, especially for someone who doesn't know the extent of her powers as a monstrous being of extreme level. While Licht is thinking about when the attack will occur, Alan's group is on the way to the location, traveling by carriage. The girl who is with Alan asks if the route to the dungeon is correct. Alan replies yes because the information he had came from the guild. The girl says that they have been traveling for a long time and asks if it is the horse's fault for being so slow. José, who is also a member of Alan's group, asks if the guild had given more information, as from what was known, it was just that the dungeon emanated strong magical power, and this information alone is not enough to prepare a countermeasure. Alan asks José to calm down, as it is already too late to think about countermeasures. The girl adds that she hates using her head to think about things like that, and already stressed, José says that if something goes wrong, they shouldn't blame him. José asks what the plan will be after the investigation is over. Alan says it will be how they divide the reward of 500,000 gold. José says that there isn't much to think about, as it's just a case of dividing it equally. Alan says that they can't divide it equally among the four of them because a healer wouldn't put in as much effort as the others, so the healer's share would be smaller. Alan asks Shizuku if she would be willing to accept that a healer earns the same amount as the rest of the group, but she also ends up not agreeing with the idea of equal division. After hours of travel, Alan's group finally arrives at the Dystopia entrance. The girl observes that the entrance to the dungeon leads underground and that it would be very boring to descend. José asks Alan if he has escape item with him. Escape item is an artifact that allows one or more users to teleport to a safe place. Alan responds that he has the item and will use it if they get into trouble. The girl says that the place smells of danger and that they should be careful since they no longer have Licht to revive them. Alan tells everyone to go in and instructs the healer to stay close to them. José says that he feels the presence of demons, then corrects himself, saying that he is sensing spirits nearby. He also says that what he most likely detected is an undead similar to a Licht. At this time, Alan becomes worried because the durability of an undead is very high, and they wouldn't be able to keep up with a fight for long. Alan says they should explore the dungeon as quickly as possible and kill everything in their path, as the strategy of prolonging the fight could cost them their lives, as the monsters would have the advantage. Licht is tired after working hard, and almost everything is already tidy. He just needs to clean some rooms. Dorothy thanks the young man for his help, as the spirits do not have the capacity to perform tasks such as carrying weight or cleaning dust, making them practically useless for activities other than fighting or defense. Licht begins to think about the spirit that is keeping watch outside the dungeon and why it passed on information about humans having acquired knowledge about the dungeon that had been inactive for many years. He also wonders why it hasn't been attacked yet and what he will do when it is attacked, as he is not prepared for an attack. Suddenly, Dorothy informs Licht that humans have entered Dystopia. Upon hearing this news, the young man becomes nervous, as the attack was faster than he expected. Meanwhile, Alan's group enters a large room and sees hundreds of spirits wandering everywhere. The girl is scared by the number of spirits and asks if José is sure that it is just a monster that summoned all the spirits. José refutes her, saying that no one said it was just a monster that summoned them. José says that to control this immense number of monsters, there should be at least 10 liches spread across the field. Alan says that there can't be 10 of them, as they are not friendly with others of their own species, so they would be fighting each other to the death. Alan starts to get nervous, as he didn't expect to encounter so many spirits. He tells the group to stay together and not to separate for anything, because even though he doesn't fully understand the situation, he knows that it is very dangerous to be alone and surrounded by spirits. Suddenly, Alan is separated from the group by powerful magic. After being confused about what is happening, Rosé appears behind him. saying that she was the one who separated him from the rest of the group, as she had received orders to do so. Alan gets angry and asks the vampire what her name is, then starts to think about where Shizuku and José are, as he can no longer see anyone. He concludes that only he has been taken to this mysterious room. The vampire introduces herself to Alan, saying that her name is Rosé. At that moment, Alan wonders why she didn't attack him from behind, as she is an enemy. So he asks if she is the owner of the dungeon, and says that José made a mistake with the target all along. Rosé says she doesn't understand what the human means when he asks if she is the owner of the dungeon. Rosé says that his question doesn't matter at all, as she is his opponent. Alan says that she doesn't need to state the obvious. Without wasting time, Alan draws his sword and attacks Rosé, but he doesn't expect the vampire's reflexes to be so good. Before Alan can execute a blow with his sword, the vampire moves so quickly that she manages to take the sword from his hands. At that moment, she says that the sword is very beautiful and sharp. Alan gets angry and calls her a bloodsucker, demanding that she return the sword. Laughing, the vampire returns the sword. To shake the human even more, she says that she had control of the fight from the beginning and that she is just playing with him, as it has been a while since she faced anyone. At that moment, Rosé's bats attack Alan, biting him on various parts of his body. Alan tries to resist as much as possible, but the number of bats increases, and after losing so much blood, he begins to lose movement in his body. At that moment, Rosé thinks she could suck as much blood as possible, and that if the human dies, Licht could revive him, allowing her to continue her experiments. This would mean that she had developed a perfect system. Rosé tells the young man to calm down, as she is just beginning her experiments. After hearing this, the young man calls her a bloodsucker again. As he is left with little blood and already exhausted, the human dies at Rosé's hands. In another part of the dungeon, Shizuku appears, saying that she is lost, as she is no longer with her teammates. From what it seems, the girl is in the primordial forest. She starts to think about what happened because when she saw a lot of bats, she was taken to another location, as were her teammates. After seeing the elf sisters, Shizuku draws her sword and prepares to fight. Iris anxiously starts talking to Tis, who has seen a human, and asks if she has to kill her. Tis replies yes, as those were the queen's orders, so they must do their best to kill any invaders. After getting closer to the elves, Shizuku says that if they run away, she won't do anything to hurt them. At that moment, Iris turns to her older sister and says that the human is saying a lot of nonsense and seems to not know her place. After saying that, Iris prepares to use one of her spells called Fairy Control. After activating the spell, a bunch of fairies begin to attack the human girl, but showing resistance, the girl begins to execute several sword cuts. However, one of the fairies touches the girl's skin and paralyzes her body. At that moment, the sword the girl is wielding falls to the ground. The girl, without understanding why she is paralyzed, begins to feel afraid as she has never been in a situation like this. Iris says that her spell was a success because she managed to neutralize the human. Tis says that her sister did very well, and then the adult elf activates her magic, called Spirit Control. After activating the spell, the fairies begin to attack various parts of Shizuku's body, leaving her even more paralyzed. Shizuku begins to think of a way to free herself from the paralysis, but she is unable to move even a finger. Then, Iris asks what they will do with the human. Tis suggests taking the human to Rosé. Iris agrees with the idea, saying it would be a good plan, as Rosé could use her in her experiments. Meanwhile, in the Necromancer's hall, José has been taken. Without understanding anything and surrounded by spirits, José becomes nervous. At that moment, Dorothy appears before him, saying that he is indeed a human. Looking directly at the Necromancer, José says that he has seen her face somewhere before, but then he remembers that it is a face from the past and starts to think that it could be Licht's work, but it would be impossible as he is dead. José says that it doesn't matter and that more importantly, he has some questions about the dungeon, but he knows that the Necromancer won't answer. At that moment, Dorothy raises her staff and says that she won't do to him what the others did to his comrades. José prepares himself by drawing his 2 daggers, ready to attack the Necromancer. At that moment, Licht appears, saying that he has finished his business with Forrest, and the young man ends up meeting his old teammate. It is a meeting of former teammates, as Licht has been betrayed by everyone he once trusted with his life. Licht asks José what he is doing in the dungeon. José tells him to answer first why he is there and says that he was supposed to be executed. The young man responds that he was executed but came back to life. Licht asks where Alan is, as he wants to have a conversation with him. José says that he also wants to know where Alan is, as everyone has been separated in the dungeon. Licht apologizes and asks if José knew about the execution order. José says yes. Then Licht asks what his reaction was to the order. José says that the group wouldn't get stronger. Licht responds that he gave the answer he really expected. Then José asks how the young man survived the execution and why he is in a place like this. Licht says that he has already answered the question, as he came back to life because of his special ability, and says that he is also responsible for reviving the Demon King's army. Upon hearing this, José is surprised. José, irritated by the young man's deed, calls him an idiot and says that he has no idea what he has done, and that the young man has committed a serious crime that will be forever marked in human history. Licht says that he doesn't care about any of that. José says that as soon as the king is informed, he will attack with all his strength, doing everything possible to eliminate the young man. Licht says that he doesn't care and that he will be ready to face anyone who gets in his way. José is prepared to return to the human world, as he has a teleportation artifact with him, so he can leave instantly. He decides to return as quickly as possible to report to the kingdom's justice department that Licht has joined the Demon King's army. Dorothy launches an attack involving spirits on José, but before the spirit touches his body, he uses the teleportation item. However, it doesn't work as he imagined because instead of leaving the dungeon, he finds himself elsewhere in Dystopia. José realizes that there was some interference, as he was supposed to be teleported to the entrance of the dungeon. He doesn't see any spirits, but he is still not happy with this, as the dungeon is scarier than any other. José is in the Dystopia library, known as the Hall of Melancholy. At that moment, Faris approaches him, finding his presence there strange. José is unsure if he is facing an enemy, as he doesn't feel any aura of danger, and the girl isn't carrying any weapons. However, he can't lower his guard. Without thinking twice, José makes a big mistake and executes several cutting blows on the girl, who ends up dying. But he didn't expect Faris's special ability to activate immediately, so José ends up dying in the same way he attacked the girl. Meanwhile, in the king's castle, one of his servants reports that the connection with the adventurers who went to investigate the dungeon has been completely lost. The king concludes that something very bad happened to the adventurers and says that he had a bad feeling but didn't expect this outcome. The servant of the king of Rusaga says that from what was analyzed, there must be several powerful enemies in the dungeon. The king says that this information is obvious, but the real question is whether these monsters are enemies of the kingdom or not, because if they are, war will be inevitable. The servant suggests that instead of limiting allies to neighboring countries, it would be wise to share this information with the elf and dragonkin countries as well. He adds that this could end up being a problem for all races and suggests forming an alliance with them before it's too late. The king says that he will make preparations urgently. Despite having already sent a team to explore, the monsters could interpret this as an attack against them, and it wouldn't be surprising if they decide to fight back soon. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Arya is sitting at the dining table, talking to Licht. Arya is discouraged, so the young man asks her what the problem is. Arya replies that he must have noticed the problem too. Licht apologizes and says that he has no idea what she is talking about. Arya says that they have been eating the same food for many days because their menu is very small. She adds that it seems normal since they never leave the dungeon. Licht thinks that it's not wrong to eat the same food, but he understands that wanting something different is natural for all beings. Arya says that the only cook they have in Dystopia is Tis, as it is impossible to eat Iris's food. Licht asks if she can't cook. Arya replies that she doesn't have confidence in her cooking. Licht says that he doesn't know how to cook either. Arya says that she has an idea that would solve all their problems. Licht asks if by any chance she is thinking of using his magic to resurrect a dead cook. Irritated by the question, Arya says of course not. Arya says that they should join other non-human races so that she can recruit some chefs to work in the dungeon, and with that, they would guarantee a new source of food. The young man asks what she would give them in exchange for the chefs. Arya responds that the dungeon has large quantities of jewelry and weapons stored, and these are very valuable items for trading. Licht asks which non-human races she would recruit. Arya responds that the two closest races are the Dragonkins and the elves. She would recruit the Dragonkins for weapon upgrades and the elves for food and chefs. Arya starts to get excited about the trip in search of new members for Dystopia. Mau-sama asks Tis and Iris to go to the Elf Kingdom. Iris has doubts about accepting Arya's request, but Tis says that since it is Mau-sama's request, she sees no reason to disobey or refuse. Since it is the Elf Kingdom, the best option for the trip is the two elves from the dungeon, as they would negotiate with their own people. If everything goes according to plan, they would be able to bring cooks and delicious food to the dungeon. High elves are considered superior to other elves, and luckily, the two elves in the dungeon are of that level. Tis says that it is a good idea, as everyone could enjoy delicious food made by a professional cook. Iris gets nervous and says that Mau-sama should have asked her to cook instead of wanting to look for more elves. Tis reassures her, saying that Iris's food is very good and unique, but to be able to vary the dishes, it would be interesting to seek help from other elves. Licht tells them not to worry, as he will go along on the trip and will be counting on their help. At that moment, Iris gets excited about going to the Elf Kingdom. Licht hopes that everything will go well, as there could be obstacles along the way. On the way out of the dungeon, Licht comes across a giant fox and is scared. Tis says that the fox is her pet. Iris adds that the fox is a legendary beast, Fenrir, but they call it Fen-chan. Licht starts to think about the fact that the legendary beast could attract a lot of attention in the Elven Kingdom, and that it could become a problem. Iris tells him not to be scared, as the beast is well trained and wouldn't attack him out of nowhere. Licht mentions that he has heard rumors that if a legendary beast tastes human flesh, it can become very dangerous. He asks if the beast has ever tasted human flesh. Tis responds that she isn't sure, as the beast is very old, but she tells Licht to be carefree because if something happened, he could use his ability to come back to life. Licht asks if they won't let the beast do anything to him and says that he doesn't want to end up as a snack for the wild animal. Tis reassures him, saying that he would die so quickly that he wouldn't even feel the pain. A scared Licht says that that isn't the issue. Iris says that her sister is just joking and asks him to get on the beast. Iris says it's not as bad as he imagined. Licht replies that it's not bad, but it's very scary. Tis warns him to be careful, as Fen-chan gets very angry when someone climbs on him with an empty stomach. Terrified, Licht tells her to mention the details first and says that for the sake of his mental health, she should never forget to feed the legendary beast. After walking a little, Tis says that she isn't sure if she is still a high elf. Licht tells her not to think about such things because she is definitely a high elf. Iris comments that while it is very good to stay in Dystopia, it wouldn't be a bad idea to go out every now and then either. Iris says that she wanted to take Fen-chan along on the trip. Tis says that everyone agreed not to take him, as he would attract too much attention and end up scaring the elves. Licht thinks that with that appearance, it would be normal for them to mistake the beast for an invader. Tis says that since they are going to negotiate with elves, it is very important to make a good impression. At that time, Tis hears a noise and asks Licht if he hears it too. Since Licht is human, his hearing isn't as sharp as an elf's, so he says he hasn't heard anything. Licht asks if they are hearing anything. Iris says that she just heard someone screaming for help and suspects that the enemy is probably giant spiders. Licht says that if someone is asking for help, it is because they are being attacked, and he can't think of anyone other than elves who could be attacked in the middle of the forest. Tis responds that the situation is just as Licht described. Elves would be in danger because when a giant spider locates prey, it is impossible to escape from it. Iris says that they don't have much time, and at that moment, Tis runs in the direction of the screams. The young man asks if they have any chance of winning, as the giant spider could be a great danger. Tis responds that it won't be complicated to face it, as by paralyzing its body, the spider will remain immobile. When Licht's group arrives at the place where the screams are coming from, it is already too late. The giant spider has already killed a child elf who is lying on the ground. At that moment, Iris and Tis become extremely angry and launch their magic to control the fairies. The fairies begin to enter the body of the giant spider, which is immediately paralyzed. Tis asks Licht to revive the little elf girl who was killed by the giant spider. Licht activates his special ability and revives the elf girl. The elf girl says that she thought she had died and then asks if the giant spider has died. At that moment, Tis hugs the elf girl and says that she no longer needs to be afraid because the giant spider won't cause any more problems. The elf girl is happy and asks if Tis was the one who revived her. Tis replies that they didn't defeat the giant spider and says that it was Licht who revived her. Upon hearing this, the elf girl lowers her head and thanks the young man. Iris says that it would be a good idea to let the elf girl guide them to the elf kingdom. Licht says that it would be interesting, as there are countless things they still don't know, and the elf girl's help would be welcome. The elf girl says that if that is the case, she will help them, as she is very grateful for everything they did for her. As a thank you, she introduces herself to Licht's group. She says her name is Lyrica. Licht introduces himself and says that the two who are with him are high elves. Lyrica says that is why the elves are so beautiful and that it is the first time she has seen a high elf. After some time of walking, they finally arrive at the elf kingdom. It is a place full of trees, which the elves use as homes. Iris says that the kingdom is incredible and beautiful and that she wouldn't mind visiting this kingdom more often. Licht says that it really is an incredible place surrounded by vegetation and forests and that the elves can enjoy the cozy warmth of the sun. Licht's group rests under a giant tree after many hours of travel. They take advantage of the place to get a better look at the elven kingdom and relax before starting negotiations. Suddenly, Lyrica arrives at the group and tells them that she has already reported everything that happened to the princess and that the princess wants to see them to talk. At that moment, Licht and his group are surprised. Licht starts to think that he didn't imagine everything would be so easy. Lyrica says that the princess is waiting for them in her treehouse. Lyrica tells them to be careful not to get lost. Iris says that she wants a giant tree in Dystopia too. Tis responds that as soon as they return from their trip, she will ask José. Licht tells them to give up on the idea, as José is very busy and one more job would wear her out. Tis says, jokes aside, and asks Iris to be polite in the presence of the princess. At this point, Licht is doubtful and asks Tis who is more respectable, her or the princess. Iris replies that she doesn't understand the question. So Licht says he will change the question and asks who is the most respected elf in the elf kingdom. Iris replies that the princess is the most important and most respected. Licht says that they are there to make exchanges. Then he asks what the exchanges will be exactly. Iris replies that she hopes to borrow some capable individuals from this noble kingdom in exchange for jewelry and weapons they possess. Tis says that Iris correctly explained their objective in the elf kingdom. At that moment, Iris is a little embarrassed and happy. After a little walking, they arrive at the door that leads to the princess's room. Iris asks Tis what will happen if the princess doesn't like them. Tis replies that Mao-sama will be in a bad mood and lock herself up somewhere for a long time. Licht thinks he should take the risk and do everything to make the negotiation successful. The elf princess wears a dress and a crown on her head. She is also sitting on the floor awaiting the arrival of Licht's group. After they enter the room, the princess bows to them and humbly greets everyone, saying her name is Arsh. Licht thanks the princess for the hospitality. Arsh thanks them for saving Lyrica from the claws of the giant spider and apologizes for not having received them sooner. The princess also says that she doesn't know how to return the favor, as the giant spiders have been causing anguish and destruction throughout the kingdom for a long time. The princess says that they were already losing their minds trying to deal with the giant spiders, but none of them ever imagined that the situation could end in any other way than death. Looking directly at the young man, the princess asks if he is Licht. Licht responds yes. Arsh thanks him again and asks what important matter he wants to discuss with her. At that moment, Iris answers the princess's question, saying that she wants to request some of the best individuals from this noble kingdom in exchange for the jewelry and weapons they possess. The princess says that she is very grateful for the offer of the jewels, as this is greatly missed in the kingdom. At that moment, Licht is surprised, but then Arsh says that it is a joke, but that her people are very interested in exploring the outside world. She adds that if it is temporary, they would be happy to accept the offer. Licht is happy and asks if she is serious, but the princess says that this agreement should not become one-sided. She asks them to exterminate some undesirable outsiders like the giant spiders, as her kingdom is not in favor of violence, so her people are not warriors who could fight bloody battles. Iris turns to Tis and says that this request will be very easy to fulfill. Tis agrees. Arsh asks Licht if he accepts the deal. Licht says yes. At that time, Licht thinks about the demon lord in Dystopia who really likes to fight, which would make her have fun killing monsters. Arsh says that she will send some children soon to join Licht's group and assures them that these children won't be any trouble, as they are very well behaved. She ends by asking Licht to give her greetings and gratitude to Mao-sama. After that, Licht's group says goodbye to the princess and continues their journey to return to Dystopia. Licht comments to his group that it would be good if Arya learned a thing or two from Arsh. Iris tells him to stop talking nonsense. Tis says that Mao-sama also has a good and gentle side. Tis says that Arsh asked them to send greetings to Mao-sama, but they hadn't even mentioned Arya. Licht says that this issue doesn't matter anymore, as they have managed to make an agreement with the elves and now only the dragonkins are left. Suddenly, it cuts to a scene of a rocky place with no vegetation. The protagonist and Rosé appear flying in the sky. Rosé is using her vampire wings, and the young man is being carried by a bat. Initially, Licht was supposed to go alone to the kingdom of the dragonkins, but Rosé wanted to go along as she had already finished all her work in Dystopia. Rosé says she doesn't know why she feels so invigorated flying through the sky, taking a walk around, and asks the young man if he feels the same. Licht responds that he feels the same and says it's good to let go of the tasks to relax the mind a little. Licht says that he never imagined he would one day fly through the skies. Rosé says that flying through the skies is very exciting. Licht then asks why, even though she is a vampire, she is fine going out during the day. Rosé responds that because she is a very old vampire, she has already overcome her weakness, and the sun no longer has any effect on her. Rosé then asks what the first step should be upon their arrival at the Dragonkin village and what they should do if they are ambushed. Licht replies that if they are ambushed, to avoid unnecessary confrontation, the best course of action would be to surrender. Rosé asks if they couldn't defend themselves against the Dragonkins. Licht responds that the objective is to get along with the Dragonkins, as they would manufacture weapons and armor, and he ends by saying that this is Mao-sama's will. Arya had said that Dystopia had recently been reborn, and for that reason, there were few facilities to produce weapons and armor. If everything went well with the Dragonkins, even if they couldn't come to Dystopia, they could order some metal projects from them. In order to boost the young man's confidence and ensure everything went well in the negotiation, Arya had lent him her precious sword to take on the journey. Suddenly, José says that she can already see the village and tells the young man to prepare because they are going to make the landing. At that moment, José grabs the young man, and together they descend to the entrance of the Dragonkin village. The bat that was with Licht returns to Dystopia. As they approach the village, they are noticed by the local residents. The people of this village have a human appearance, but with dragon horns and tails. 2 young Dragonkins are fishing in the lake. The young man asks his sister, Lauka, what is wrong, as she keeps looking back. Lauka replies that it is nothing, just a chill that has already passed. Lauka apologizes to her brother, saying that they should stop fishing for the day. The young man agrees, noting that they need to return early. Lauka says it's the right thing to do, as their mother is in critical condition. Lauka asks if their mother will get well soon. The young man responds that they shouldn't show any signs of weakness and asks if she remembers. Lauka acknowledges this, but says that lately their mother has been eating less and less. Lauka suggests calling someone with healing magic. The young man replies that it is probably useless, as the healing ability is usually used to cure wounds, not illnesses, and says he has never heard of magic that cures diseases. Lauka agrees, and the young man suggests they go check on their mother. Lauka hopes she has improved a little. The Dragonkin village is surrounded by rocks, with conical and circular buildings. The ground is entirely rocky, and there are some trees around, which help regulate the village's temperature. After arriving in the Elf Kingdom and establishing a good business relationship, it is now time to talk to the Dragonkins and try to establish ties of friendship and business. Licht says that it is right to call it a village instead of a kingdom, as the Dragonkins live in smaller numbers and their village is simple and small compared to human civilization. José asks what they should do next and when they should attack the village. Licht asks why she suggests that, then says that the important thing now is to start a conversation with them. To begin with, they should find someone nearby in the village. If Licht finds a Dragonkin alone, it would be better, as the chances of being heard are much greater. However, if a group appears, the chances of them attacking first to guarantee victory and ask questions later are high. José is excited to see 2 Dragonkins and asks Licht if it would be interesting to talk to them. Licht notes that they are very young, unarmed, and there are no other Dragonkins around, so the best option is to try talking to them. Licht and José approach the individuals and greet them. At that moment, the young Dragonkin tells Lauka that they appear to be human. Lauka tells her brother, Cain, to stay behind her, noting that the boy is human, but the woman with him is not, and she feels a threatening presence from her. Cain gets into a fighting position and asks what kind of business humans want with them, adding that this is not a place for humans to stroll. Licht replies that he is not their enemy and asks them not to distrust him. Licht explains that he is there to make exchanges. Cain asks if Licht is a merchant, noting that humans wouldn't have anything of interest to the village, and he asks Licht's group to retreat. If they retreat, they won't do anything. At that moment, Licht shows the sword he borrowed from Arya to the 2 Dragonkins. The 2 young Dragonkins are surprised to see the sword, recognizing it as a valuable item. Cain asks his sister, Lauka, if because humans have such an incredible sword, they might also have a medicine that could cure their mother. Lauka replies that it is unlikely, but it wouldn't hurt to ask. Cain asks Licht if he has a medicine capable of curing incurable diseases, as he desperately needs such a medicine. He asks Licht to show it if he has one, promising to pay any amount for it. Licht asks José if she has any such item with her. Rosé replies that she only brought garlic. Licht remarks that there were many important things she could have carried, but instead she brought garlic. Then he jokingly asks what type of vampire carries garlic with them. Licht asks Cain why he is so interested in medicines that cure illnesses. Cain explains that his mother is currently bedridden and needs a cure. He adds that it's okay if they don't have medicine now, but they could return when they do. Licht says that he might be able to cure her. Cain is surprised and asks how. Licht replies that he could use his special ability. Then he asks the young dragonkin to take him to the woman who is bedridden. Cain, suspicious, asks Licht to prove that he is not lying, saying that only then will he believe the human. Licht responds that he doesn't know how to prove it, but upon seeing a basket full of fish, Licht has an idea. Licht uses his special ability, pointing at the fish. At that moment, the dead fish come back to life and begin to struggle inside the basket. The young dragonkins are surprised by this feat and conclude that the young human is their savior. After a short walk, Licht and the young dragonkins arrive at the place where the woman is bedridden. Around her, other dragonkins are sitting in chairs, saddened by the situation. One of the dragonkins questions the presence of humans in the residence. Cain explains that the humans are there to cure the bedridden woman and says that the young humans are not ordinary and that he has verified this. The dragonkins are surprised and ask the human if he can cure their mother. Licht replies that he must first assess the woman's condition. As he approaches the bed, Licht begins to analyze the woman's symptoms. Rosé asks what problem the woman has and whether she will return to good health if he resuscitates her. Licht replies yes, but there is a problem. For Licht to use his special ability, the person or being must be dead, as Licht's magic is to bring to life what is no longer alive. The problem is how he could kill her with so many dragonkins watching, as they could misinterpret it and consider the humans their enemies. If Licht does anything wrong or suspicious, the dragonkins will attack immediately. On the other hand, if the treatment is successful, Licht will gain the trust of the entire village. Rosé tells him not to worry and leave it to her. After saying this, Rosé bites the woman's neck and begins to suck her blood. This way, she will die quickly without raising suspicion. When Cain sees Rosé touching his mother, he asks what she is doing. Licht explains that checking her pulse is part of the treatment, as this way, they can evaluate the patient and determine if she has a chance of being cured. After listening to the human's explanation, Cain calms down and apologizes for interfering in the treatment. Afterward, Rosé says that she has finished, and Licht uses his resurrection magic on the woman. Suddenly, the woman who was dead stands up quickly, her eyes full of life. Cain and Lalka are surprised and happy with this feat and are in disbelief that the young human has cured their mother. Cain's mother asks what happened, noting that the pain in her body has completely disappeared. At that moment, Cain and Lalka hug their mother, and Lalka says that it was the young human who cured her. The woman is emotional and says that she doesn't know how he did it, but everything is fine now. She apologizes for not asking the young human's name. Licht and Rosé introduce themselves to the dragonkin woman. The woman thanks Licht and Rosé, saying that she doesn't know how to repay them. She explains that dragonkin always return favors twice as much, as this is the conviction of their race. She tells the young human to ask for whatever he wants as a token of her gratitude. Licht realizes that this is the perfect time to negotiate. He asks for armor and weapons to be manufactured and says that he would like to borrow the dragonkin's special abilities for help in this area. One of the dragonkins asks if that is all the young human wants, as it is something very easy to achieve, and making weapons is child's play for their people. The dragonkin asks Cain for his help. Cain says that it's not that simple and asks Licht to show the sword he had shown previously. Without hesitation, Licht shows the sword to the dragonkins, who are surprised at how rare it is. Licht says that he provides all the materials and equipment they need, and asks if he can entrust the task of making weapons to the dragonkins. One of the Dragonkins says that he leaves the task of making weapons to Cain and Lalka, and they accept the commitment to the young human. Excited, Cain and Lalka agree to work for the young human, as they have to return the favor. With that, Licht's mission comes to an end, as he has reached an agreement with the two different races. Licht has managed to gain the trust of the elves and Dragonkins, forming pacts with both races. This expands the range of activities that Dystopia can carry out through them. Additionally, they have managed to form an army in a time of crisis. Unfortunately, neither Licht nor his group knows that humans are thinking the same thing. Dystopia is moving towards evolution, after having been stagnant for over 100 years. Resources were limited, but with the arrival of the elves and Dragonkins, the number of recipes and dishes in the kitchen has increased, as well as the manufacture of weapons and armor. Dystopia is finally ready to face invaders and receive visitors. Area is happy, as things are finally moving in the right direction. We continued our story with a growing portal, which quickly caused a huge uproar among everyone present. Panic was visible in everyone's eyes, as the phenomenon was unexpected and frightening. The tension in the air increased as the portal continued to expand, creating a sense of impending catastrophe. He would conquer something unknown, something that was about to reveal itself. The portal, with its mysterious energies, began to manifest in a way that no one there could predict. At that moment, a girl, trembling with fear and confusion, questioned aloud the meaning of that apparition. Her voice, although fragile, echoed among those present, capturing everyone's attention. What did that really mean? Officially, everyone was on good terms with the elves and the dragon people, and so far, everything seemed to be at peace. But if everything was correct, why did this portal appear? Especially in relation to dragons, who have always sought to remain at the top of the hierarchy. They had their ambitions, and apparently, they were willing to thank the boy for impressively stabilizing relations with them. The boy, in turn, needed to be honest with himself. He had never imagined that he would be able to establish such a solid relationship with dragons. It was a surprise for him, one he attributed to pure luck, but also one that made him wonder if there was more than luck involved. Was something other than his direct actions contributing to this moment? He thought it might just be a matter of being in the right place at the right time, but perhaps there were greater forces at play, helping him guide everyone toward peace. However, the situation still remained uncertain. The king, observing all this with a calculating gaze, seemed to have the literal world in his hands. The doubt loomed, would he or someone else have the intention of dominating the entire world? Well, no one there was sure about that, and the faith of those present was questionable. But old rumors began to surface in the boy's mind, memories of something he had heard many years ago, stories that taught him a valuable lesson. About 100 years earlier, something similar had been mentioned, although in vague and mysterious tones. Despite all his efforts to unravel the enigma, the boy was unable to obtain concrete information. When they tried to talk about it, especially on a specific day, the reaction was unexpected. An important figure, who could have provided answers, became furious and locked himself in his room for days, refusing to discuss the matter. It seemed like something so serious and profound that no one else could understand, something that no one dared acknowledge or discuss openly. Although he was not sure what exactly had happened back then, the boy felt that something was definitely influencing current decisions. Perhaps he was pushing the idea of increasing military power, or, who knows, feeding some kind of hidden ambition. But no matter how hard he tried to understand, the doubt remained, was she really planning to dominate the world? Either way, the answers remained out of reach, leaving everyone at the mercy of events that could change their fate forever. Well, that was true. Everyone wondered if there would still be room for humans within the military forces, because even if there was a collective effort, it was certain that the number of humans willing to fight against the demons would be significant. However, this was still just a rumor. A story was heard that the king was trying to keep his slaves, something that indicated that he could be using them as some kind of weapon, or perhaps as combat monsters. Although they didn't know exactly how to define this situation, it was undeniably frightening. Even so, this information had already been reported to Area. For a while, the protagonist thought that Area would come up with some solution or strategy at that moment. If only they could conduct an in-depth investigation into all this, perhaps they would find answers. Anyway, everyone was aware of the circumstances when suddenly a girl appeared and greeted Licht and Dorothy. Breathing heavily, she asked what was happening and why she was running so much. The answer came quickly. The king had summoned them to an emergency meeting, and everyone knew that meant it was time to hurry. The reason for that meeting remained a mystery, but one thing was certain: something very serious was happening. Concerns grew that the Demon King, ruler of the West, was up to something. There were rumors that he might be investigating movements in the kingdom, possibly planning a direct confrontation. The sense of urgency intensified as everyone headed to the meeting, certain that deep discussions were about to take place. In the center of it all, people began to gather before the queen. The atmosphere of tension was palpable, and many wondered what had happened to make her so silent. The queen, normally a figure of firm command, was now strangely silent, which only increased the anxiety among those present. A subtle, almost imperceptible gesture asked the girl to be quiet, but she couldn't help but express her concern. After all, everyone was worried about the queen's well-being and what that could mean for the kingdom. She then sighed deeply, trying to organize her thoughts amidst the confusion that was unfolding. "I thought demons were supposed to join forces with a common enemy," she said, referring to humans. The idea that demons could see humans as a common threat and, consequently, try to establish some kind of dialogue was something she considered. Maybe they would try to talk to the humans, maybe even call the Demon Lord of the West to discuss this kind of alliance. But doubt hung in the air. Would he mind? She asked out loud. Why would he respond to that? Is that really his plan? The uncertainty in her voice was evident. "It would be okay if we could just ignore this," she continued, trying to find some logic amidst the chaos. "But in the midst of all this, they really cast magic on all of us. They are trying to take advantage of the situation, abusing our vulnerability." Faced with this reality, she concluded that the only appropriate response would be to fight back. "That means we'll have to retaliate, right?" she asked, though her voice carried a mix of determination and hesitation. But suddenly, she stopped herself, realizing that the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. "Wait, what exactly are we talking about?" she asked as she looked around, trying to recover the thread. Licht, who was at the side, frowned upon hearing this. "There was an explosion at the entrance to Dystopia in the middle of the night," he replied, trying to connect the events. The news shocked everyone, leaving them wondering if it was really true. No one has any idea what happened because everyone was asleep. Fortunately, nothing in particular was damaged due to the attack, but the air became thick with tension as everyone processed the information. "Anyway, if they want to fight, then perhaps it's time we give them what they're asking for," Licht continued, with a tone of voice that revealed the gravity of the situation. "Everyone should be prepared for the worst." At that moment, the boy, who until then had been silent, raised his voice to interrupt everyone's momentum. "Wait a minute," he said firmly. "Our military force is not functional at all right now. If we go into battle now, we will be making a terrible mistake." His intervention brought a moment of reflection, making everyone ponder his words. He was right. Acting impulsively could lead to an even greater catastrophe. "We need time to reorganize and strengthen our defenses," he continued, trying to calm tempers and bring a more strategic perspective to the situation. The protagonist reflected for a moment and concluded that perhaps it would be wiser to wait a little longer, observing how things could unfold in the middle of that war. Even though they had already been the target of a magical attack that hit everyone, he was certain that the group must have been in a state of confusion at that moment. Thinking about retreating now seemed futile. It was already too late to try to change strategy. In the meantime, it became evident that they were inexorably involved in this fight against the East Demon Lord. The situation required them to make a firm and quick decision, especially since humans and witches were involved, and possibly other allies as well. But there was growing concern. No one had any idea when the next attack would be launched. The group found itself in an extremely complicated situation, and it was clear that things would only get more difficult. Furthermore, the protagonist remembered scary stories he heard about the Demon Lord of the East. Specifically, rumors said that those who faced Garga, the fearsome Demon Lord, never returned alive. He was a legendary figure, so dangerous that even the guilds, who normally encouraged confrontations, warned everyone to avoid any kind of battle against him under any circumstances. "If my memory serves me correctly," said the protagonist, "his name is Garga. He is so dangerous that even the guilds had trouble announcing to the public not to engage in battle against him." Garga was believed to possess monstrous magic, capable of devastating any opponent who dared challenge his dominance. He was so skilled that he could launch a devastating attack against anyone who approached his castle. Turning to the girl next to him, the protagonist asked if she knew anything more about Garga. She, however, shook her head, admitting that she had no recognition or additional information about him. "For starters," she explained, "the Demon Lord's throne is generally inherited only by those who have a son. I have no idea what would happen if he died without leaving an heir." "Well," continued the protagonist, "to be honest, I wouldn't want to leave a child to succeed the Demon Lord. Anyway." It was a disturbing thought, but he knew he needed to focus on the mission ahead. "What we need now is to remember the exact location of Garga's castle so that we can plan our attack accurately." Everyone in the group knew the next step would be crucial. They needed to be ready to attack, and more importantly, they knew exactly where they should concentrate their forces. The location of the Demon Lord's castle was key to the success of his mission, and everyone was aware of the gravity of the situation. The group's eyes turned to Big Sister, a figure respected by all, as they asked if she was ready to enter battle alongside them. The girl, known for her combative spirit, hated the idea of losing. With a confident smile, she replied, "Everything will be fine as long as we don't lose. If we can win this, we will be able to live much longer, with the people by our side, strengthening our bonds and ensuring everyone's safety." She then turned to the protagonist, with a serious expression, and said, "We need to play an important role in this battle, and we need to be ready to act at the right time. I probably won't need to get involved in all the details right now, but if you want to resurrect the girls who fell in combat, this will be essential to our strategy." The protagonist nodded, determined. "I won't let them bring us down. Everyone expects positive results from me, and I won't disappoint them." He knew the responsibility he carried was enormous, but he was prepared to face it. The girl then approached the protagonist, her eyes showing unwavering determination. "I've made up my mind," she said firmly. "You are my companion, the best I could hope for right now. Let's do our best." With that, she sat down next to him on the couch, and the two began discussing the next steps of the plan. Dividing responsibilities and creating a detailed plan was optional but necessary for success. "I'm not sure what exactly we should do now," the protagonist admitted worriedly. "This is not the time to stand by and look around. We need to prepare because we don't know when the Demon King of the East will launch another attack against us. We don't have the luxury of quiet time. He could attack at any time, and we need to be ready to act." The group was aware that the Demon King of the East, Garga, was a formidable threat. He probably already dominated much of the East, and on top of that, he was a demon lord with countless techniques to manipulate people, according to the rumors. They say there are a small number of demons that are even stronger than him. If that's true, we shouldn't even need to fight many of them, pondered the protagonist. He asked how many of Garga's commanders he could have on his side, while the rest of the group pondered the situation. They weren't concerned about launching a suicide attack. They wanted to be useful to the team, no matter what. However, the idea of a suicide attack weighed heavily on everyone, and many preferred to avoid that option at all costs. "I don't think we need to go that far," said the protagonist, reflecting on the strategy. Maybe it's best to stay where we are, analyzing our options. If we put a suicide attack as a plan, even if we fight with all our might, only 7 of us might survive. And if that happens, Dystopia could be unleashed." His words brought a heavy silence to the group. They knew that if they continued on this path, the consequences would be serious. But at the same time, they were aware that they had no other choice. It was time to make a crucial decision, one that could change the fate of everyone involved. The group was pondering their options, trying to find the best way to face the approaching threat. It was then that someone suggested a bold idea. "What if we had some spirits fighting alongside us?" "Spirits, right? That could be really good for us," commented one of the members, trying to cheer the others up. It was hard to ignore the idea of having many spirits join them in battle, and that possibility brought a glimmer of hope. But what exactly could they do? The girl asked, looking to her sister for answers. Her sister, with a thoughtful look, replied, "Supposedly, they would fight alongside us, strengthening our ranks. With the spirits on our side, we may have a much better chance of success." This response brought a moment of clarity for everyone. The idea of fighting alongside spiritual beings seemed to give everyone a new perspective and a feeling of confidence. But then the other girl, José, who had been listening silently, asked, "And what should I do? What's my role in all of this?" She was visibly worried, and her gaze was fixed on the floor. Amid all the thoughts and strategies, the only option that seemed left for her was the suicide attack. The idea was painful, but it seemed like the only viable way out. "Well, José, I know you may think this is your only option, but I believe there is something much more appropriate for you," said the protagonist, trying to comfort her. "We can't think this is all you can do. Everyone feels guilty about you being in this position, but we firmly believe there is an important role for you here, something only you can do." José looked at him, trying to find some hope in his words. "What do you think about using your appearance to distract the enemy? I know it's a lot to ask, but maybe this could be a way to help," she suggested, with a shy smile, trying to hide her nervousness. The group sat in silence, processing the idea. It was a risky proposition, but she was willing to do whatever was necessary. "Calm down, José," one of the girls said, coming over and placing a hand on her shoulder. "We need to think clearly now. We can't get ahead of ourselves." Another girl then came over and, with a smile, said, "You know, José, I think you can do something amazing. Remember how you can turn into bats? That could be extremely useful for us. If you can use this ability at the right time, we can have a great advantage." The protagonist, realizing the seriousness of the situation, raised his hand to interrupt the conversation. "Wait," he said, his tone calm but firm. "It's too early to make any hasty decisions. José, can you turn into bats now?" José nodded, a little hesitant but determined. "Yes, I can," she replied, looking at the protagonist, seeking some guidance. "Then let's see how this ability can help us," he said, trying to calm things down. "We are not alone in this, and we will not make any decision that would put you or any of us in unnecessary danger. We will use all our skills and strengths to get out of this situation in the best way possible." Then, José stood up with a determined expression on her face. In an instant, her body began to transform into a cloud of bats that flew around the room, filling the space with the fluttering sound of wings. The bats moved quickly, fluttering throughout the room, and soon after, as if by magic, José reappeared on the other side of the room, intact. The protagonist observed the scene with a slight smile and commented, "You managed to bring back those memories from the past. I remember when we played and you turned into bats, but we never managed to catch you." The other members of the group also remembered these moments and, for a brief moment, the tense atmosphere gave way to laughter and relaxed memories. José, a little embarrassed, laughed along with them, but soon realized the seriousness of the situation and asked, curious, "Does this have to do with what we are discussing?" The protagonist nodded, his expression returning to the serious focus of the mission. "Yes, José, we can use this ability to our advantage. What do you think about infiltrating enemy lines? Rosé looked at him with a mixture of surprise and determination. I understand the situation, she said. So, you're suggesting that I silently fly to the Eastern Demon Lord's position and initiate a one-on-one fight with him, catching him by surprise and buying both of you some time. The protagonist shook his head. I'm not asking you to go that far, Rosé. The idea is to use your ability for espionage or distraction, not to sacrifice yourself. Rosé reflected for a moment before responding with a determined smile. I understand. I'll do my best. Time passed quickly, and soon the group found themselves in a gloomy hour, with the air heavy around the Demon King's castle. The protagonist was on a frantic run, fleeing from a grotesque monster that pursued him relentlessly. He dodged nimbly, while the creature, in its fury, ended up hitting a tree with a brutal blow, ripping it off the ground. Suddenly, a girl appeared running beside him, throwing a small sphere that carried a fairy inside. The sphere flew towards the monster, colliding with it and dealing specific damage that made the creature momentarily retreat. The strategy had worked, and the protagonist breathed a sigh of relief. It went as expected, he commented, catching his breath. The monsters in the demon world are very different from those in the human world. If we hadn't borrowed the Iris Fairy, we would probably be dead by now. The group looked around, taking in the vast and desolate territory in front of them. The region was immense, occupying 70% of the demon world, especially in the eastern zone where the Demon Lord's power was strongest. Ahead of them stood the imposing castle of the Demon King, a dark and forbidding structure that dominated the landscape. The girl next to the protagonist asked hesitantly, "So, is that the Demon King's castle?" The protagonist nodded, with a serious look. "Yes, this is the place. We have all heard rumors about this castle, but we never thought it would be so big. Many adventurers have died trying to get here." He took a step forward, feeling the air around him grow thicker and more oppressive. Even without being very close, his body was already beginning to show signs of repulsion, as if he were reacting to the pure evil emanating from the castle. "We must prepare," he said, his voice firm. "People have probably already started the attack. We need to act quickly." With those words, the group prepared themselves for the battle to come, knowing that the fight against the Demon Lord would be the hardest of their lives. So, the time has come to enter that dark place. The girl next to the protagonist nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. But before they could advance, a sudden glow emanated from the castle in the distance. It was a quick, dangerous flash that cut through the air with deadly precision. The beam of light hit the girl square in the chest, causing her to fall to the ground with a thud. For a moment, it looked like she had died at that moment, but the situation got even worse when another shot, coming at the same relentless speed, hit her neck. Again, she appeared to be dead. The protagonist, stunned, could hardly believe what had just happened. He looked at the scene in disbelief, trying to understand how such a precise and fast attack had hit the girl from such a distance. The enemy's reaction speed, combined with their ability to locate their targets, was impressive, almost superhuman. But as soon as the attack began, it too suddenly ceased. The enemy that had attacked apparently also died. It was then that the protagonist realized what had happened. The child's ability, called resentment, had been activated. This deadly skill caused anyone who attacked her to receive back the same damage they dealt to her. Although she was taken by surprise, the resurrection was successful. He hurriedly used his own healing abilities to resuscitate her and asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" The girl, still a little shaken, opened her eyes and nodded. "Yes, I'm fine, a little off schedule, but okay," she said, trying to regain her composure. The protagonist sighed in relief, but with a serious note in his voice. "It was a close call. We need to be more careful with these attacks. Whoever is attacking us is fast and lethal. We need to stay together and move forward with caution." He helped her to her feet, and the group began moving again, knowing that the enemy was now on alert. The confusion caused by the girl's counterattack was the perfect opportunity for them to advance, but it was also a reminder that any mistake could be fatal. If the enemy wasn't aware of the girl's abilities, they might have an advantage. However, if they knew about resentment, the enemy could find ways to avoid it, making the skill less effective. The protagonist approached the girl with a serious and protective expression. "Stay close to me from now on," he said, his voice firm. "I will protect you even if it's not necessary. I want to use your resentment ability against the Demon King. But to do that, we need to be strategic. We need to keep this a secret." The girl smiled softly and replied, "That's obvious. We are companions, and it's natural for us to be together. I also always want to be by your side." They continued to advance, cautious and alert to what could emerge at any moment. They knew that danger lurked in every shadow, and every step towards the castle could be their last. The girl was right that they needed to be careful, as the enemy was ruthless and would show no mercy. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a mysterious man approached the scene with a grim expression. "What's going on here?" he asked, his voice thick with authority. A girl, probably an underling, approached him, clearly nervous. "We apologize, sir. When we arrived, the girl was already dead." The man frowned thoughtfully. There was more at stake than he had initially realized, and the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Finally, they managed to enter the castle. The ability to search for enemies in the Demon King's army was the best among the members, and even without knowing what kind of person he was, his aim had been accurate. They wondered what should be done about the enemy ahead. The decision was to leave him where he was, without any problems, to deal with him later. Still, there was something strange about the way the enemy was killed. It seemed like an unusual way to eliminate someone, especially considering the room he was in showed no signs of a struggle. No matter how incredible the enemy was, it seemed possible that he could have died without putting up any resistance, and the fact that he was one of the Demon King's executives made it all the more disturbing. There was a strong suspicion that he had tried to attack but ended up suffering a strange death, similar to the technique he used to use. Could the enemy also use the same technique? If so, how did they manage to get there? As they reflected on the situation, a sound interrupted their thoughts, drawing everyone's attention to what was happening. Someone asked if it was necessary to notify the executives about what had happened. The girl, who was still alive, responded affirmatively, although she mentioned that it was not something urgent. The important thing was to defeat the castle invaders. Once they were successful, they informed the Demon King and gathered to strengthen their forces. That said, she wished the man good luck in the fight, mentioning that the Sword of Hate was in its best possible condition. With renewed determination, they continued to advance. They had already successfully invaded the interior of the castle, where spirits seemed to be everywhere. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the hallway, saying that they had found the invaders. The voice belonged to the same man who had seen the other woman's body, now accompanied by two other young men. "You have a lot of nerve for invading the Demon King's castle," he said, with a threatening tone. The protagonist, with a determined expression, asked the girl to stay behind him. His name was Donna, and he knew that the castle was full of strange spirits. "If we can defeat these spirits, perhaps they will all disappear and go back to sleep," he speculated. "Who knows, right? Let's try and confirm." The man in front of them, with a defiant look, let out a grumble. "Damn that way of talking. Do you think you can face me?" The boy asked the girl to be quiet and then prepared to fight. The man, with a threatening expression, drew his sword and threw it at the protagonist with full force, demanding that he die. The swords collided with a metallic sound, and the protagonist realized that his opponent had considerable knowledge of sword fighting, comparable to that of the humans he had previously fought. The man fought with a technique that seemed well honed, as if he were an intelligent and experienced person. The protagonist, grateful for the implicit praise, knew that those without true strength ended up dying early. "From now on, I will teach you what it means to have true strength," the protagonist declared. determined to show the difference between skill and experience. The protagonist, not knowing exactly what to do in the midst of the confusion, ended up just trying to retaliate against the attacks he was suffering, but was unable to defend himself adequately. The man, with a serious expression, disdainfully asked if the protagonist was really interested in solving the problem, because if he doesn't get ready to hire or protect that woman, who is more important at the moment, then there is no point in continuing. The protagonist, feeling embarrassed, apologized, but the man didn't seem too concerned, stating that even if the woman dies, there's no problem. He must stop using even the same skill he used before facing the Demon King. After all, he has the ability to escape weaker opponents. Meanwhile, the other two children moved forward with determination, defying the idea that they are being underestimated. The girl, with impressive precision, fired a well-aimed arrow into the other child's chest, who fell immediately. The boy, with ferocious intensity, advanced and performed a series of devastating attacks, including a final blow. The affected child was unable to stand and fell to the floor, already lifeless. The boy, with a triumphant smile, declared that the other child got what he deserved for being underestimated. However, his smile quickly faded, and he too fell to the ground, dead. The man watched the scene with confusion, wondering what really happened. It appeared that the boy received the same type of damage as the child he attacked, or even damage repelled back. The situation was strange and apparently unfair, revealing that the boy's attack ended up backfiring on him. Luck was not in his favor, and the turn of events brought an unexpected and tragic end for him. The protagonist was thrown hard to the ground, pressed by an immense force. The pressure caused the man to begin shaking, and he eventually collapsed, falling to the ground with his eyes bleeding. He seemed to have been defeated, completely overcome by the situation. Meanwhile, the protagonist, worried about his companion, quickly went to help her. She, with a look of sadness and regret, apologized, saying that she ended up dying, but that he shouldn't worry. She admitted that he was the one who failed because he couldn't protect her, which was actually expected considering the difficulty of facing 3 opponents at the same time. The man, who watched the scene with a dark look, revealed that he did something to the man's body, although he didn't know exactly what it was. He mentioned that it was a supreme poison, something that cannot be neutralized. He claimed that he was informing the Demon King through word magic and suggested that it would be better to keep this information well hidden. The protagonist remained unresponsive, perplexed by the effectiveness of the strange situation and the abilities involving the fairies of Iris, a fairy linked to the devil. The Iris fairy took a brief break but was quick with her task, as she needed to meet the others. Meanwhile, the girl, who survived the confrontation, addressed the Demon King, bringing information about what happened. The Demon King, upon receiving the news, commented that he was already aware of everything, and wondered if the situation was becoming more interesting. He continued to sit on his throne, watching with a calculating gaze. The Demon King declared that now, with the death of the executive and the disappearance of the other presents, it appeared that the troubled boy had come with a partner. The fact that he hadn't seen the Demon Queen yet worried him, but he decided to start with the weakest opponents. In recent days, the East Demon King has been feeling tired due to how often human adventurers appear. Even though he dominates the world, he still considers his role as an executive to be vast and exhausting. Although he began to torment the weakest, it ended up not being as interesting as he expected. No matter what he did, he lacked motivation, and the days seemed boring to him. The Demon King, who loved battles, sees the world as a boring routine, and a letter may be the only stimulus he has left. The content of the message talked about possible cooperation, but the Demon King knew he had time to spare and chose not to accept the magical attack that was sent in greeting. Under that circumstance, the magical attack turned out to be a magnificent blow, and as expected, the response was equally hostile. With an opponent of such a level, the Demon King was aware that an ideal battle would not arise often. The woman, upon realizing the situation, asked if everything was okay, especially considering that the Demon Queen, who was resurrected, is the superior demon who had disappeared 100 years ago. The Demon King responded that there is no reason to worry, as the superior Demon King is buried beneath the earth and has certainly been defeated, at least according to what he knows. Before any involvement in battle, she was supposed to have fled to somewhere safe, but the woman insisted on remaining, stating that she also wants to be at the king's side. He questioned what would change if she stayed there and if she could guarantee that she would be useful. She was unable to provide a concrete answer, but he instructed her to simply obey and wait. Confused by what happened, the Demon King noted that there was something different about the situation. Without hesitation, he used the destroying demon cut, which tore the woman into pieces. The act, although cruel, was a reflection of the severity of the situation, and he could not afford to be indulgent. The woman, who was a vampire, approached the Demon King. He finally addressed her, mentioning that her name is Rose and that she will regret drawing this situation with the Demon Queen. The Demon King, who would rather fight the Demon Queen than his current adversaries, saw it as a pastime. Rose didn't show a clear reaction, but the Demon King understood that she didn't know the Queen's whereabouts either. She, confused, launched a powerful attack, and he warned her of the danger while dodging. The battle revealed that, as expected, there was no way to make Rose a trustworthy subordinate. The Demon King, using his abilities, managed to read her mind, realizing that she hadn't given up yet. It seemed that despite the previous blows, she was determined to achieve her goals. Rose began attacking repeatedly, and the Demon King pondered what he could do next. He suggested that it would be better to wait for the Demon Queen to arrive, but Rose asked him to remain silent and act as quickly as possible. Then, the Demon King executed a precise trip, and Rose, the vampire, was violently knocked to the ground. He looked at her with a stern expression and asked if she didn't think it's better to end this soon, as he's not sure if she's really fighting seriously. He mentioned that his favorite pastime is playing with weaker opponents, but in truth, it doesn't interest him much. The Demon King delivered a powerful kick to Rose's stomach, warning her that if she doesn't take this kind of fight seriously, she will deeply regret it. He insisted on the importance of not underestimating the situation. Rose, despite the pain, got up and, with a determined look, threw the Demon King back with all her strength, stating that she understood the message. Then she transformed into a huge animal, a creature that looks quite imposing and wild. She leaped behind the Demon King with impressive speed. The Demon King, realizing the suddenness of the transformation, thought that he couldn't read her mind and that she was acting purely on wild instinct at that moment. The creature's attack was intense, but the Demon King reacted skillfully, throwing the monster against the wall with such force that it began to spit blood. The creature had an appearance that resembled both a wolf and a bat, an impressive and menacing hybrid. The Demon King used the destroying demon slash again, severing one of the monster's arms with deadly precision. The creature, however, counterattacked, ferociously scratching and biting the Demon King's other arm. Even with one of the monster's arms destroyed, the creature was still a dangerous opponent. The Demon King used his dark attack, a powerful ability that threw the monster away with devastating force. The monster appeared to resist only up to that point, but soon the Demon King advanced and thrust his remaining arm forcefully into the creature's heart. With that, the monster fell heavily to the ground, transforming back into the form of a girl, now dead. Just then, someone appeared to greet the Demon King. It was the Demon Queen, who observed the scene with an interested look and commented that it looked like he was having fun. The Demon King, surprised, looked back and realized that the Demon Queen arrived while he was busy fighting. He wondered when she arrived and reflected on the fact that since he started interacting with Rose, she had caught her attention. The Demon King, somewhat perplexed, considered the situation, observing the interaction between the two and wondering what this might mean for future events. The Demon King decided not to interfere in the situation. He knew that the Demon Queen was watching and understood her skills and methods, but he did not expect her to be so ruthless and cunning. With Rose's form now reduced in size, he was only able to use his left arm, and he seemed to have understood the situation. The Demon Queen, in a moment of reflection, admitted that she feels a certain amount of envy for having such a brilliant and capable subordinate as the Demon King. However, she mentioned that she doesn't remember saying anything specifically about him, as she was busy trying to prepare a magical attack against him. With a confused look, she suggested that he might want to relax a little more. She implied that she understands his point and that there is no need for further discussion at that moment. She suggested that he let the opponent test some of his excellent power in an underestimated situation where the difficulty could be more challenging than facing a sea of demons. In any case, she asked if he would like to get his arms back and mentioned that he should stay quiet and use recovery magic to deal with such a situation. She seemed to believe that he is not that barbaric, and, with that, the Demon King decided to use quick healing. Although the magic does not completely heal his arm, it closes the remaining wounds on his other arm. Now it's time to start the fight in earnest. The Demon King advanced quickly, using his usual attack with the same precision as before. The Demon Queen, observing the attack, used her manipulation ability to trap the Demon King's arm in the air. She smiled, moving a little to the side. He asked if anything is wrong as he felt like something was holding him back and wondered what exactly she did. The Demon Queen revealed that she had taken control of the space inside that room. As he watched the scene, he realized that his finger had been ripped off and he couldn't see what was happening. The intention to attack the finger was clearly a trap, and under normal circumstances, he would have read the intention of the attack and forgotten it in time. However, he was trapped at that moment and did not have the opportunity to react. The Demon Queen, in turn, turned to two small thin objects that appeared in the air, apparently prepared for her next move. The Demon King, without having enough time to dodge or counterattack, watched the scene with a mixture of surprise and determination, trying to understand what is about to happen. The fight continued as he prepared to face the unpredictable challenge that lay before him. The Demon King's teeth, in a desperate attack, headed towards the Demon Queen's eyes, trying to hit their target. However, the Demon Queen seemed to simply dodge the attack with almost supernatural ease. He wondered how she could perform such feats, whether it was some form of kinetic vision or a similar ability. He realized that he was the only one truly trapped in the situation while she moved freely in the space of the room. Nothing moved as it should except her. In fact, he is not physically trapped, but rather in a very reduced and slow space of time. With this understanding, he concludes that if he can find his way out of this effect, he will be able to deal with the situation more efficiently, turning it into a one-on-one battle. However, he questions whether this is really possible, given the circumstances shown so far. If he can't get out of this situation, his only option will be to eliminate the Demon Queen and then solve the problem. Determining that there is no other choice, the Demon King charges forward with all his might in a definitive attack. The Demon Queen smiles, remembering the protagonist's words that they would soon be there and that there was a way to end all of this. She seems to know that he is aware that there is something more to his own mind, something he may not fully understand. Before he can react, holes begin to form in his body. His legs are thrown out, his other arm is also expelled, and even his heart is ripped out of his body. With this, the Demon King finds himself in a desperate situation, trying to understand what is happening. The protagonist approaches, asking if the fight is over. The Demon Queen responds that they are a little late, but that everything is fine, and that she sees that everything is under control. Upon seeing Rose in this condition, the protagonist begins to approach her to try to cure her. The Demon Queen, observing the scene, instructs him to act quickly. The protagonist, ensuring that everything is fine, focuses on using his skills to deal with the situation. The tension in the room is palpable as he does his best to resolve the crisis and heal Rose, aware that time is of the essence to ensure the success of his actions. The protagonist quickly uses his resurrection ability on Rose. Gradually, she begins to wake up, calling for her queen and her friends, asking what is happening and where the Demon Lord of the East was. She is initially confused but soon relaxes as she realizes the situation is under control. The protagonist confirms that the Demon Lord of the East has been defeated some time ago and praises the job well done by Rose. Rose expresses her gratitude and happiness for the outcome of the battle, thanking everyone who participated. She recognizes that she arrived before them, as expected, and thanks everyone for the effort they made. With that, she asks about the whereabouts of the other remaining enemies, highlighting that Iris and the rest of the team also did a good job. Rose mentions that, despite being secondary, they were essential in the mission, even if they did not directly participate in the final annihilation. Regarding the protagonist, Rose recognizes that he faced and defeated some easier opponents, but also had to deal with additional challenges, such as the girl at his side. She notes that he was trying to hide the magic from her, which led to some problems along the way. Rose finds the situation funny, mentioning that the Demon Lord had the ability to read thoughts, which complicated things further. She asks if that was true, reflecting on the strangeness of the situation. At the end, Rose praises everyone's work, and a celebratory atmosphere begins to take over. She announces that there will be a party that night to celebrate the success of the mission. Everyone is excited and happy with the victory. In the Demon Queen's castle, the atmosphere is festive. The vampire begins to serve some food to the protagonist, who thanks her. The dish is a tasty fish, and the girl asks for help at the table, preparing for the celebration. The party's victory against the Demon Lord of the East is celebrated, and the party includes the presence of the Whirlwind Army. The celebration is marked by joy and satisfaction at the success achieved, and everyone comes together to celebrate the achievement and completion of the mission with a feeling of accomplishment and camaraderie. People begin to approach the protagonist, praising him for his excellent work in various ways. He, a little surprised, thanks everyone with humility, recognizing the collective effort. Despite having been a little on the sidelines of the battle, he managed to notice some screams and the intensity of the combat. It was evident that even though he wasn't directly in the center of the action, the confrontation was impressive. Everyone is extremely happy to have achieved victory, celebrating the achievement with enthusiasm. The atmosphere is one of great satisfaction and relief. They discuss how unexpected it would be to lose the battle, given the magnitude of the fight. The group shares that, despite the difficulties and challenges, they managed to exceed expectations. Rose, still a little breathless and excited, asks about the East Demon King's status. She notes that despite his ability to read movements, he was unable to avoid the attack, suggesting that the battle was particularly difficult and exhausting. She reflects on how difficult it was to face such a powerful enemy and expresses her admiration for her triumph. The protagonist, thinking about the future, comments that if there is a demon lord from the east, surely there must also be one from the west. He mentions that, according to legend, the Demon King of the East was sealed by a hero, but little is known about the veracity of this story. This implies that they may have to face the Demon Lord of the West at some point, and he expresses his desire to watch the battles against these powerful enemies up close. Rose, excited by the prospect of future battles, says that she would like to watch the fights against the Demon Lords up close, and this only fuels the anticipation of a great battle. She suggests that the protagonist could sign up for an even bigger battle, thus ensuring that his desire to face challenges would be promptly met. However, with the party in full swing, the atmosphere begins to relax and liven up, with people becoming increasingly drunk. The Demon Queen suggests that the protagonist should join the others and drink some to celebrate with them. The protagonist, however, maintains a serious stance and states that he is not interested in participating in the drinking. He says he's more focused on maintaining his seriousness, and this makes Rose a little sad, as she expected him to be more involved in the celebration. Despite the party and relaxed atmosphere, the protagonist mentions that the topic of the drunk area and the stories associated with it can be discussed at another time. The celebration continues, with the Demon Queen and the others present having fun and celebrating the victory, while the protagonist observes the scene, reflecting on the future challenges and battles that are yet to come. In another castle, people are kneeling before the king, with expressions of concern and submission. They apologize for bringing bad news, explaining that they have not yet heard anything from the neighboring kingdom and do not expect a positive response. The king, with an expression of distrust, reflects on the situation. He thinks that he cannot trust anyone except his own kind, and that the reluctance to accept outside help or information is a significant problem. He considers it might be a good opportunity to seek help from the neighboring kingdom of Ratha. This realm offers the possibility of establishing a deeper relationship with that realm, ignoring the appearance of dungeons they may have. The king thinks this might be a viable solution, but he also understands that he needs to contact the king of Ratha somehow. The question is how to do this effectively. The king ponders the options available. They could send a messenger, but the kingdom of Ratha is known to be very peculiar about who it lets in. An ordinary messenger could be immediately rejected or expelled. Instead, he considers the idea of sending one of the best adventurers available, someone who can make a favorable impression and have a real chance of being received with respect. The king wonders how to select and send these best adventurers. He reflects on the fact that this approach may be the best way to ensure that the message reaches the king of Ratha and that the relationship between the kingdoms can be established or strengthened. He apologizes for having initially thought of a less effective approach. However, one of the soldiers present mentions something interesting. He notes that adventurers must be intelligent and well-trained, as they have no direct competitors in the kingdom. The soldier suggests that, ultimately, these adventurers have the ability to make the right conclusions and deal with the situation more effectively than a common approach. The king considers the suggestion and sees that, in fact, having well-trained adventurers may be a more appropriate solution to deal with the complexity of the neighboring kingdom and ensure successful communication. With this, the king decides that the next step will be to select the best adventurers for the mission and prepare a plan to contact the king of Ratha, keeping in mind the importance of a careful and effective approach. So, the bridge would be connected with that kingdom. In that case, they would have to get some adventurers who signed up for that quest. This could take some time, but I don't think there is any other choice. The other says that they would conduct all that movement right now, and the king starts to laugh. In this, we return to the protagonist with the demon queen, asking if he will want to go to the human kingdom. He gets confused and asks if she could repeat it, as he didn't understand what was being said. She knew she would have an interesting place in the human kingdom and was wondering if he wanted to go with her. For that moment, it was a little curious to consider these interests, but since he had a history with the kingdom, there was probably no need to worry about that kind of thing. She would be counting on bringing him to Ratha. She would be sure they have nothing against the protagonist, and in that realm, right, he would be trying some ways to get involved with the adventurers, and everything ended up being a failure. Either way, you have to think about high-quality adventurers. She would like to say that his information is almost nil. That kingdom would make a huge impression on the protagonist. And why would they go there if it was to capture interest? It was probably because there was something substantial there. He understands. Even now, they can't believe this kind of thing. He'd be sure the kingdom would be considering a human city, right? Well, they believe so at that moment. However, he would have to be sure about the things that would have happened. But wait, could he have said that because he thinks the others are monsters there? Well, it was pretty close. What do you mean, very close? The citizens are normal humans. They report lies as if it were to their queen. The queen of the kingdom is a demon, and what does she normally rule in that place with her power? No, she lives life normally while taking human form. She would be thinking about the first time since she saw her. There is an existence that was inevitable, the difference in sensitivity between demons and humans. The moment people learn about the queen being a demon, it consequently causes a big problem. Could she be adapting to seeing humans? It was right, but something made her very curious. Do you have anything else you're probably sure about? She wasn't on the path to being the devil. But relax, it was going out with her that was all right. They are leaving. Then, she starts running back and forth and asks the protagonist to never let go of her hand. She begins to fly and thus comes close to the kingdom. There in the kingdom, they enter a house where a man is talking, because apparently, adventurers asked for some of the cure. Could you do this for them? The woman says she understands, and they would probably improvise support with some reason for the food. He doesn't worry so much about how much he could spend, but about the equipment. They need to take time to consider. He understands. That was the majesty. A child maid says that she is amazing as always and thanks the gods blessed with the benevolence of being a governess in that kingdom. Based on everything she's had, she will be completely stabilizing trust with adventurers. And she thanks him, being very happy to have that child by her side too. The child is very happy as a servant. She doesn't deserve those kind words because she would always serve that woman. She asks that she shouldn't try so hard at that moment, and she says there is no lie in her words and she was always thinking between the two of them. Well, they were joking. He knew better than anyone that she would never tell a lie. So, if there is something important or something you need to pay attention to, could you have some time alone at that moment? Yes, of course. 1 per hour was how much alone time she had at home. Sure, she would be right there when you needed her at some point. Then, she leaves and goes to her room. At that moment, the maid decides to ask her something. So, she asks what it was and why she always interacts with other cities. At the very least, it's because I don't want to see the kingdom's tradition go away, considering that adventurers are more important than defining the entire kingdom's charisma. Does she not mind leaving so many adventurers in the city? She understands and says that now her head would be more forward and, please, spare her the nonsense. Well, that would be okay, as it was a good question. At first, she walks away, and the queen enters her room. She closes the door and jumps on the bed, saying that she was very tired, she has a lot of work, and calls everyone stupid, starting to struggle. She thought she would have a relaxing life when she became queen, but it was very difficult. In that life, she would have been so happy to have a comfortable life with the human kingdom, but she didn't think that she would have to help humans at that time. Then, at that moment, she hears a voice in her room saying that she was there. Thus, the protagonist and the demon queen were there. She asks how and who those people are, as they were going to call the guards. The demon queen asks if she will call humans to help, even though she is a demon. She wonders how she is really a demon since she seems like a normal human to the protagonist. Well, it's because humans like that always think that way. The queen asks how she knows about the identity, or rather how she got into the room too. It is at this moment that the demon queen uses a magnificent power that causes her to explode into smoke, showing her true form. It really showed, as she has the spirit of the fox in her body. So, she really wasn't human, according to the protagonist. Well, there have always been stories about this sort of thing, so it was time to see what was good. Her tail. The queen starts to stroke the fox's tail. She asks you to stop it and not touch her tail. Well, she wasn't going to let things go that easy. How does she know? She really likes the fox spirit. The queen says that she is a demon too, a demon lord. How do you expect her to believe such a foolish lie? That's how it is, right? So, she asks the protagonist to demonstrate a little power, and, like that, she blows the protagonist up like it was nothing. Ah, the pulse. You ask what could be happening, and the queen asks if you can believe her. The fox, confused, asks how he could do that since he was with him. Whatever the reason, killing him was simply too much. The protagonist revives and tells him not to be attacked like this, as if nothing had happened, and the fox is confused. The queen asked if it was painful or something. That's not the point. So, she asks who those people are and doesn't tell the truth about being a demon lord. Well, she said that kind of thing from the beginning, right? But anyway, the protagonist is human, playing for bloodlust. Either way, the pressure she has on him, extending the power, was truly immense. He didn't know how long he would be in a different league with a different appearance, but upon seeing that woman, from the center of her heart, he apologizes for being very rude in front of her, again and again, and calls her a queen, kneeling to her existence. At that moment, she said everything would be fine. And just the fact that the human race in that realm can see that she's a little smart too. Well, do you remember the human races? It was very obvious since she is a demon lord after all. The guards appear, asking if everything is okay, as they heard strange voices coming from the room. She says that everything was really fine. It was nothing to worry about, and it was time to get back to work, right? If you need anything, don't hesitate to call her. She gets confused. The queen says that she almost forgot the reason why they came there and why a demon like her would be hiding in that place. She thought she could live a relaxing life in the human realm, but that wasn't the reality she was expecting. She was very impressed by it, thinking she was taking a risk out of some sense of impunity or something. She is very grateful for the words and well, she has to believe a little that living in the human kingdom is not that good, and they don't think about it much. If there is anything exhausting since she became a queen, well, the queen can't tell if she's stupid or smart, but of course she can't just maintain such an easy position as queen. Having said that, she did something incredible, as she knows some demons who can transform into humans. However, she is the only one who can do this in front of a large audience. Is there a demon just hanging around there? Well, she believes that there are none, since these numbers are stuck to the kingdom around there. At least there are different ones in each kingdom, since there was a city of humans there. That kind of thing was just natural. It was incredible how they didn't understand everything. Those people would be establishing a connection with the human realm, and could they form friendships with her? At that moment, the queen asked if she could do this kind of thing. Absolutely, she can. The fox spirit is trapped in her apparently, and is a very rare encounter. If there were no objections, everything would be fine. He asks the protagonist if he has any objections. The protagonist says he thinks it was a good idea. Anyway, you have to calmly think about this kind of thing, because simply saying that Anton was at the top of the human realm and formed a relationship with the demon lord cannot be very good. Bella says that she doesn't experience any emotional attacks from humans, so it was possible that, in some way, there was a betrayal. And, in any case, he thinks very carefully about ensuring safety. The queen asks to leave this to her, as the negotiation would be completed at that moment. But just one more thing, how was that kind man there? Could it be that, as he didn't die to the queen's attack? Oh, that guy revives with his resurrection ability and has probably seen him at some point in his life. He would see her again if he died, and he could thank her in some way. She says it's simply incredible, but what does it mean? He is practically immortal. He would guarantee that her life would be many times more attractive than any treasure or valuable jewels, and he would be determined that, decades ago, at that moment, her dream of living a relaxing life forever would be ready to happen. However, at that moment, when her dream came true, the queen said that she would come to her other times, as she would visit whenever she had something good. Some time passes, and the maid enters the fox's room, asking if something happened earlier. As she had heard the noise coming from the room, it was nothing, and she is very grateful for having worried about her. It wasn't like that anymore. It's just that, as an employee and as a human, it's natural to do things like that. She smiles, and the maid continues saying that, somehow, she seems to be very good. Can you tell? It's whenever she looks really happy, it makes her happy too. So, she asks the maid to come a little closer, and she says yes. Then, the queen asks her what she thinks of the kingdom. As a general, do you think it's good training? It has a lot of cool people and a lot of very strong adventurers, and the most important thing is that it is governed by the best possible person. She thanks her and calls her a good girl while touching her hair, but apologizes if she ended up tangling all her hair. She takes a brush and starts trying to comb it. I didn't think it was possible to do that kind of thing, but I shouldn't be so embarrassed. After all, it's her fault. In the middle of this, while combing her maid's hair, she asks the girl not about the kingdom, but about herself. What do you think about the queen? She simply thinks a lot, as the queen is a very kind person and genuinely cares about human beings. There is nothing and no other being she respects more than the queen herself. So, the queen decides to ask what would happen if she turned into a monster. Would she still follow her forever? The girl says that she would definitely follow her. Then, the queen imitates a fox, and they start laughing. So, we continued in the area, and the protagonist now knew the true identity of the queen, who was from the kingdom of Ratha, which was the spirit of the fox. In any case, the power of a demon place, considering the area, would be stabilizing a friendship with the fox spirit. A day later, in the kingdom, people say that there was an emissary coming from neighboring kingdoms. Did they hear that kind of thing right? The Majesty says yes, and that, at this point, they are going all out for the emissaries. However, during that time, he invested in having an audience and was very insistent on it. Now, the kingdom was basically refusing anything related to the other kingdoms. Either way, this was a desperate attempt to save her skin from being exposed. The fact that she was the spirit of the fox. The queen asks if there were any details about the visit, and yes, it was from some dungeon with unknown origins. They believe they should confirm that the dungeon was exhibiting a high level of magic, so they couldn't ignore it so easily. The queen gets angry, swearing, and the official asks if everything is okay, if something happened. She says she didn't say anything at the time and doubts that the dungeon in question is a dystopia. The only thing the demon queen said to her was that this neighboring kingdom should be her enemy. So he wonders if they should know a little about this kind of thing. They couldn't deny that they have something in the past, and they should feel that joining forces with the neighboring city to conquer that dungeon would be what they should do. They could simply refuse them. However, suppose it would be a little difficult to do so. At that moment, he arranged a meeting with the demon queen, and everything would be around the adventurers who were coming from the neighboring cities, so it should be a little better. He understands that it was time to meet the emissary, and sure enough, the maid was nearby and decided to talk to the queen, asking if everything would be okay, as he was going to meet an emissary. She was very worried about her safety and if this turned into something very dangerous. The queen says it won't get dangerous. Everything will become very good. She is strong enough to win against any man who is of a caliber to attack her. The maid is very happy and says that she is very amazing, as always. However, the queen thinks that, at that moment, she has to see any level of adventurer as a trip through the park. Well, that said, now she would find a place herself. Could I rescue her if something goes wrong? Well, the maid says that she could always count on her and ends up waving her arm as if she were demonstrating her muscle. The queen decides to move to see what was happening. She starts laughing, saying yes, because she could send them all to Dystopia. Then the queen would clean them like it was nothing. At that moment, a man with a scar on his face tells the Majesty that it was an honor to be in her presence, as he is an emissary from Risaga. His name is Geit, and he is a highest-ranking adventurer. She introduces herself and says that it is a pleasure to meet him, probably considering the details of his visit and that she would be there to discuss a little about the identified dungeon. Would that be right? It was correct. I would be very happy if you could skip the formalities. So you assume you'd be asking her adventurers, right? No, she definitely doesn't waste time on that kind of thing. Then, I would tell the truth. The kingdom sent 4 adventurers to the dungeon in the investigation. Anyway, they haven't returned from their trip yet, and she says she understands. However, it has some problems. Monsters would be roaming inside that dungeon, and there is a very bad feeling that if they left it untouched, not only the human islands but the entire world would fall under their control. Heart attacks in the hands appeared to cause immense damage to the adventurers. And, as an adventurer in his own right, he can't let that kind of thing happen. Okay, he really introduced himself as an adventurer. He was active as an adventurer for a very long time. But now, there is something special about this time talking about this situation and considering the levels of adventurers who did not return from the dungeon. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary to discover that there is a demon lord residing within that dungeon. Not to mention hearing the commotion of a demon lord in the east of a castle recently. She thinks everything was really correct. Dystopia, right? Assuming there is a demon lord residing within that dungeon, what action would he suggest people take? Probably not such an easy target to simply defeat. If there was a demon lord there, the plan was to defeat that place even if it cost his life. The kingdom possessed the sword that grows with sharpness in proportion to the damage it takes. Used in a long effect, it would cause the maximum, an immense fight that could end in a draw. And even if he brings this kind of thing to life, the protagonist will simply resurrect the demon lord. So, he's not sure he can really draw a fight. She doesn't mind leaving this kind of thing in his capable hands. The fire in the eyes seems to be really trustworthy. He will change and send the adventurers to their camps and propose that some sacrifices are inevitable. He thanks her a lot, saying that he would be very happy for her help and, therefore, asks how he has the plan to enter that dungeon. He already has the preparations in place and could tell her the first time he saw everything. She understands that she needs some information from the Ratha adventurers, so it could take some time for everything to actually be ready. Is there a problem with this? Of course, there was no problem. Either way, he is thankful he simply took some time to fight on the side. Well, she held it off herself long enough to report this to the queen, so he thanks her for understanding and promises to bring back good news, saying she'll be looking forward to it. So, we move on to Dystopia. The protagonist was there with some fruit in his hand, and the girl asked what the occasion was. Were those fruits? Well, they went to visit Iris and Tis in their areas and ended up receiving those gifts. He doesn't think about eating all of it, but he could probably share it with her, and he knows very well that it was time to eat together. Those fruits also can't be eaten alone. Then, they sit at a table to start eating. She says that they haven't caught any enemies yet since the spirits are guarding the dungeon. They started to not have so much work at that time. Well, that was right. At first, they were seriously trying to protect the area as best they could. However, since there are hardly any enemies coming to attack lately, they are distracted enough. After all, the dungeon was built to prevent monsters from passing through. That said, they would like to know how many things were calm. Everyone would like that time, prefers to be able to take things as they are. So this whole fight is extremely exhausting for everyone. They were wondering, what if they took more time to do their work and just go through what Rose went through? What do people think? Well, they would have to offer her help and the work from before. However, she said she managed to hold it all together and ended up refusing all help. Is it because of something they can't do? She is a vampire, after all, right? They can't even imagine what it would be like. And she wonders if Rose hates people. If she just hated the staff, she would cry a lot. Rose isn't the kind of person who hates others, so she could be safe from that kind of thing. He thinks so. She is perplexed to ask about him and find this kind of thing and asks if he is not very close to her. Well, now that he said that kind of thing, he's not so sure since she probably hates the protagonist. Didn't he just say that she's the kind of person who just doesn't hate others? Well, he's really close to Ferris. You know that strange girl? Everyone hears a lot about her. It reminds him that she rarely leaves her room anyway. Can everyone play together? Well, it is unknown if she would be busy at the moment, so he believes she would be very happy if people visit her. But the queen appears at that moment and says that everyone should wake up, because now is the time. Apparently, humans were launching an attack on them in Dystopia, and everyone should be prepared. Then they get up. If this is true, humans are attacking everyone. Well, it was the only plausible explanation since he thinks they're all suicidal. Exactly. Apparently, they were talking about the risk of putting everything they have into the attack. They're definitely pretty determined, right? This means that they honestly consider this to be a big problem these days. Where did he hear this from? Byrne, Queen of the Kingdom, told him everything about this kind of thing. According to her, the city called Risaga invited her to cook and talk a little about things that were happening. And in this realm, the protagonist seems to know, saying that they are persistent until the end. No matter how hard they try, they will never be able to serve or deal much with the fate of trying to cause pain to that place that banished him. sadly, saying that it doesn't seem like she needs to use the power among other things like that. Anyway, do they have any information about the protagonist's old city that they can use? Useful information they can use, right? The best thing about it is that there are few female adventurers in that place. He asks someone else if she has anything. She sadly apologizes because she doesn't know anything. She hasn't been there for a long time and is afraid of not having any completely useful information. She supposes it would be understandable. However, it was time to worry, as she would clearly be treating him differently than she treats the protagonist. Don't you think so? Well, they're going to fight anyway, and it was best not to exaggerate everyone too much. And on top of that, it seems like the queen was adjusting the adventurers' timing to their advantage. So, she was with everyone. Sure, she's an excellent companion. So, from now on, should they take the time and prepare themselves? Because now they are entering a battle with tactics. And if they want to try, they could move on. Right? People say they wanted to leave the rest to them, as they were going to sleep at that moment. And since this kind of thing was probably the time to test the bazooka tactic they talked about, this kind of thing was rejected. Okay? Just wait a little and continue in the afternoon. Right? Well, she's a different breed, and it's not strange for her to have different timing compared to everyone else. So, certainly, she is a night person. Not really, she says no, and that she just really likes sleeping during the day. They apologize at this point. Well, she has a pretty healthy life, right? And it looks like she's going to leave everything in the hands of people. First of all, it was time to get everyone together. So, they go to the back, to the Bat Caves, where Rose delivers coffee to the staff and the girl. They would call her Coffee Black again. Okay, she says yes and thanks her very much. The staff thanks Rose, and it seems that it really wasn't necessary to bring them coffee. She says that a cup of coffee after work was delicious and she doesn't remember. But wasn't she working hard enough for herself? Even if she tries to offer help, she ends up refusing anyway. What was she saying? She does it because she loves the job. Apparently, she loves Consensus and assures her that she has nothing to worry about. If you say that, everything was fine in the end. What they were supposed to do, since they would be dealing with a serious number of people, was simply believe in what they were going to do, business as usual. And what do you think of this kind of thing? Well, can you really do the usual strategy? In fact, it was preferable. In fact, this was very easy. And the girl asks to do it with her big sister. She says yes, Iris was right. What do you think it could be because you weren't careful to get enough sleep at that time? That would be difficult, but everyone would try their best. At that moment, Rose was paralyzed, and the protagonist said he would receive direct orders from air. That was true, and it was for running during the battlefield or something she said. So, Rose says she understands. This means that the queen was expecting a lot from her. Right, in that case, she would do her best to raise her expectations. Even one girl is very happy, saying that she would be rooting for her, and everyone thanks her. And in that, she becomes much more excited. Regarding Faris, would she stay as the protagonist's companion again? She says yes because they are inseparable at that moment. Then, it seems that she really likes the protagonist. Right, and it wasn't supposed to make him think about that kind of thing. So, Dorothy seems to feel a little jealous, and her big sister decides to say that she shouldn't lose to her. The girl is completely confused, saying she got it all wrong. Well, now onwards, the strategy was well decided, and it seems like it was time for everyone to go back to their seats. They thank Rose for Rose's delicious coffee and end up saying that the apple tea was also very delicious. It was time to make it for her next time. She said everything was fine and said goodbye to everyone. So, the protagonist and the rest say that they should move on too. But Rose keeps wondering what she should do. Whether she should start preparing the traps or something. No, she can take things the easy way and leave it all to the protagonist. Either way, Farias will end up helping the protagonist a lot, and the girl asks if she was tricked at that moment. So, we go to a very grand tree where the elves ask Iris to wake up, ending up insisting on it. She gets up, running away for another 5 minutes, and if she doesn't get up, Rose will be very angry because she's so late. Then, she stands up again and calls Iris a good girl. She says good morning to everyone and gets out of bed, giving the command to control the spirits, where several small fairies begin to appear. She was still feeling very sleepy, and it was only a little. She thought the eyes had been half open for some time. Good thing, after all, it's because she was wide awake so late. She was going to carry it on her back, so it was time to get up and go. She climbs onto her sister's back, and her sister asks if she has gained any weight. She says she would be very angry if she said something like that. Then, laughter echoes around the place, and they say that, in a prudent way, it was time to say that, but don't think it was supposed to move a little later. The noises and enemies seem to have arrived already. Well, everything would be fine at that moment. Rose held it so it wouldn't go in too low or add anything. They may think that the protagonist and the others are doing just fine. It was just to take their turn and understand that this remnant was more like having a side, as it would command the spirits to hold them just at home. This includes the madness effect that the spirits, sent through the entrance, caused. They lost their minds and attacked everything around them, including their allies. My God. If that's the case, the entrance will have turned into a friendly bloodbath with fire. Now, yes, it seems that one of the spirits has died, as if it had a handful of skilled fighters at hand. With this, they can make light and others are safe. It doesn't matter, yes, and they should probably hurry. So, she asks her sister to put her down. In the middle of this, on the battlefield, the adventurers were attacking each other. They were wondering why they attacked them, as they were allies, but ended up killing one of the adventurers. Rose takes advantage of this moment to grow her nails and kill 2 more adventurers. The others were completely scared at that moment, and she smiles. People say she's a huge monster and ask what was wrong. One of the adventurers almost fell to the ground. Rose starts laughing even more, and, as a result, the adventurers start attacking each other again. People start to fight. He was probably bitten by the vampire. And it ended up having this effect. His conditions seem to be different from the conditions of others who have become monsters, and I have never heard of anyone becoming this fierce after being mastered. The adventurer ends up thrusting his sword into his ally's chest, asking him to die quickly. Soon after falling to the ground, he cuts off his head. You ask what would be happening, as he wasn't being used as a monster. A ball of energy comes out of him as if it were a spirit, and Rose goes after that adventurer, saying that he really killed his ally. He turns around scared, asking how she got to that place, and she says that there are many sad humans. The number of them infiltrated into Dystopia would drop significantly. Are there any reinforcements coming? The adventurer gets angry and attacks her with everything he has, but ends up missing his attack. Regarding reinforcements, what would it be like? The man says he doesn't know anything while trying to remain silent. However, she simply approaches, saying that she would kill him if reinforcements hadn't come, and he asks to continue trying to guess this kind of thing. The reaction confirms things for her. So, since they're not coming, there's nothing she needs to do to keep him there a little longer. That would be very popular with her. If she is beaten there, the vampire will go after the companions who come in front. They definitely won't stand a chance when attacked from both sides on these monsters. Since Iris and the others were going to clean up that mess, it was time to move on. But he asks to wait. She asks if he hasn't finished. He must not think for a second that he will let the enemy escape so easily. He would be giving up because he was destined to die in that place, at that moment, and by her hands. And in that, he believes he was destined to die. A spirit ends up entering his body. He kneels and feels enormous tension. His last vision is Rose, and with that, the adventurers begin to advance. The protagonist and his ally were there, listening to the screams, and, as expected, it seems that they were pressured at that moment. So, it was time to meet them. Now, she says she understands. Can he win in a one-on-one fight? He says yes. Currently, he was trying to increase his adventurer ranking to as high as possible, and it appears that the opponents are ordinary humans against whom he can win. Then she calls the protagonist because there they were. The one who appeared was the adventurer who made a deal with the queen, and he keeps an eye out, as it looks like he's seen that guy before. His name is Geit. Is he famous? At least among humans, he is. The one who has to fight there is not just him, but he is among the best adventurers of the highest ranking, and he believes that he did this by becoming the king's right hand. He obtained an honorable title, which, historically speaking, is only given to a total of 3 people by previous kings. It is not an exaggeration to say that men alone in that kingdom heard about him. If he's a small fish, then that guy is a shark. It's huge, the Tom 4 of comfort. So, he asks the girl to move away, and she says everything is fine. But actually, she steps forward, and he wonders what it is about that girl. She was approaching, holding a gun. Is she stupid, or is there more to it? They look at each other, and he asks if she's not going to move forward. Then, she starts running towards him and grabs a knife that was in his pocket. In his heart, he felt that this was her target, but in that case, he was looking with the sword and ended up kicking her hand, knocking the knife away. The adventurer ends up getting a little lost as he realizes that she is very weak and holds her, completely immobilizing her. He asks what the protagonist's plan was, as it seems he has seen him somewhere before. Is he not human? What would he be doing in a place like this? He was supposed to say his name. The protagonist speaks to force him to say the name. And then, he goes all out for an attack with a knife. But the adventurer holds the protagonist's hand and also releases the knife from his hand. The two would say everything they needed to. It was just a matter of asking them questions. And then, he ties them both up and asks if the girl is okay. She says yes. And then, he starts throwing them both on the floor and says that here comes the first question. He ends up stabbing the protagonist, who screams that it hurts a lot, and asks where he is. He was at the entrance a few moments ago, and out of nowhere, he was thrown somewhere strange. The second question is, who are they, especially that boy, as you seem to have seen him somewhere on the human islands? He will tell you everything about why he is there. The protagonist says that he thinks the pain is too much for him to handle. Right? And in this case, men usually get desperate for life and confess everything, so they don't need to take another stab. However, it was a bit stimulating for him. And that girl, always quiet all the time, women usually start crying just to avoid getting stabbed. Then the same questions come to that woman, but she remains silent. He says that his patience is decreasing a lot. He approaches and wonders if she has lost her mind after so much stress. That was very disappointing. He asks if she is listening. At that moment, she gives him a huge look, which scares him. He asks her to stop playing and answer the questions. So who are they? At that moment, Rose appears, kicking the door with all her might and sees that the two are tied up. She jumps on the adventurer, asking how he could, and kicks him with such force that his entire body shakes. And with that, he is thrown back. The protagonist talks about how she managed to do all this with just one kick. She is really very amazing. And when he goes to ask if she could untie him, she jumps at him with everything, saying that she was completely worried and shouldn't worry about that. It was just to remove the rope. She asks for forgiveness, as she is very slow and always ends up hurting him. The queen said to prove support, and the two of them anyway. Her tardiness caused problems for them. He says everything is fine. The most important thing is to ask if she could untie the rope at that moment, as she seems to be choking from it. Rose ends up untying the two's rope, and the girl apologizes to the protagonist, as she couldn't help at all. But there was no need to worry. It didn't get much use either. But the protagonist, in the end, ends up seeing the injury. The people see his injuries and tell him to go to his room, as they could treat all those injuries. In that case, it would be wise to leave. He made it to her room, but wondered if it was really necessary to worry. Was it okay to not hold your back while moving with enemies? Would he be able to deal with that kind of shoulder injury? The bats informed her that they detected no humans down there. The fight was already over too. At first, they advanced to the girl's room. In this, let's go to the vision of our dear demon queen, where she thought that the two of them made that battle simply like it was a trip to the park. She was walking over bodies that were all murdered and was supposed to cry as loud as possible. There were many bodies around, making cleaning up a pain in the neck. At that moment, someone grabs her foot and she almost falls. She looks back, trying to use manipulation, and everything gets distorted, but she grabs that guy's arm. He was already completely dead, and there was simply nothing she could do there. It would be very sad if there was anything to do. Some humans, after snacks, attacked many times. At that moment, it seemed like the days of boredom would last a little longer. Everything was fine, and she would jump a little into the fun of those vacation days. She walks away as she walks past the bodies. So, we went back to the Dystopia entrance, as people didn't expect that Iris would give everyone a vacation. They could finally get some fresh air at that moment. How many days did the staff take? She guaranteed 4 days for Rose and the protagonist. It was the same thing for Rose, as she thinks Rose deserves so much more. She speaks to the protagonist, who understands and asks what has happened. The truth was he was thinking about using her days to return home. And he asks about it. Yes, because you don't think that the word home always came from her mouth. But she was dead for many years. She hates saying things like this, but it seems like she has no idea what she would be doing at home if she returned. Okay, it was true, but she would like to confirm that for herself. Anyway, many years ago, a vampire was no longer in the house. If nothing happened to the father and mother, she would certainly be sure that they would be alive at that moment. The protagonist says he understands that situation. Experimentally speaking, they are doing very well, and it seems like relatives were bringing them home after many years. And yes, they did. However, she would like to visit the protagonist at home. He keeps asking why. It seems like he's the savior for bringing her back to life and really wants to introduce him to her mom and dad, if that's okay. Well, he says there's no problem, it's just safety aside. Relatives aren't that scary or anything, right? There was no need to be afraid of them. They are kind and very nice. They would definitely welcome the protagonist with open arms. After saying this, the protagonist thanks him. He's the only one who would be invited to that. No, because she was telling Dorothy to go along too. That was it. The plan would take place tomorrow. Is there a problem for them? Nothing. In fact, it was better not to be so awake that night. Well, she's not a kid like Iris anymore. Time passes, and they end up going there. The bats end up taking them away, and the protagonist seems a little sick of this kind of thing. He tells Rose if he doesn't think there should be something about that mode of transportation. However, if they try to travel around the islands, the time would take much longer and increase a lot. That was true. He was just a little scared, and it was fun when he got like that. Well, it gets that way really fast. He had an idea. How about if they talked a little at that moment? Do they have something to talk about? She has a few things she'd like to ask about Rose's past. The whole crowd was curious about it. She said that she was currently a big crybaby, and come to think of it, she was always spoiled a lot by her father and mother. Well, she almost cried the other days. This was different because she was seriously injured. That was the reason. On the other hand, the girl gave the opposite impression of her. Dorothy says that her teacher made her cry almost every day. The teacher looked at discipline when she was a child, and now it's a really fun story to tell. Well, people were always very rude to her. They said she murdered everyone against the kingdom in a few huge shots. That was her definition of a fun story, right? But wait, you once heard that you almost lost your life in a battle or death fight against monsters, right? Well, that was a lie. In fact, she was stabbed in her sleep by 5 different people. It was like listening to something that wasn't supposed to be. Well, what do you do, right? The people ask what each person's favorite animal is, and Rose says it's a dog. Anyway, she also looks like a dog, so it would be fine. She asks how is it possible. She is always trusting the area and is very happy when she is praised, just like a dog. She thinks that Dorothy is more like a cat because she always acts the way she does. Well, that was supposed to be something. In the middle of it, there was her house, a huge castle. There's no way that could happen. The protagonist wonders if there is any way for Rose to be a respected woman. Everyone thinks about it, and it seems like her house is fine. She was very happy to see the words that people had to say to welcome her. At that moment, they go downstairs and end up opening the huge gates of her house, where she says she would be back home. Everyone was happy that she returned, and the staff was happy that she was calm. Well, she's really happy too and apologizes for making everyone worry. She was wanting to meet her father and mother again. She says it would be okay because they are in the wonderful area and they call her Milade. Well, are they inside some tomb or something? Well, times like these need to show dignity and confidence. They will think they are pumpkins trying to say something. Well, that's what they are. Rose asks the protagonist what happened. He says it's really nothing, actually. Okay, so the maid starts showing the way to her father and mother, who, when they come, end up hugging their daughter, saying that she was alive and well. It was her. The mother was also very happy. They run into the hug. Rose can't believe she's returned home, so he would make sure she stayed there the night, as he would tell the boss to prepare her favorite food. Then she thanks him for that too. She was getting very busy with work. So I was taking a walk to get home anyway. Who are those two who were with him? Are they buyers or something? They are her precious companions. They are her companions. She can feel her daughter's growth at that moment. The mother was also crying a lot at that time, and her growth was splendid. He couldn't stop looking at it. Everyone was very proud of her, and it's been a while since the staff started looking after them. So please, it was to treat them with hospitality. Naturally, Rose's friends are also family members. They introduce themselves to the staff, and why not ask them to live together with everyone else? In this case, they can make Rose's everyday life much better, and that seems like a good idea. Therefore, you have to listen to what they have to say first. It's good that you asked to wait a minute, but you weren't supposed to say anything. The mother understands everything about what she would be understanding. Wasn't that wonderful? Rose, the relatives are quite extraordinary, talking about each other. At the table, they end up serving extraordinary food and appear to be serving extravagant meats. It didn't feel like it was something to just sit around and now live their lives to help. It was just a matter of taking a corner and keeping quiet. He ends up calling the protagonist and says his name, Arius, and his mother is Camilla. She welcomes everyone. Apparently, their daughter was under that boy's care, and on top of that, she did a lot of work for the dungeon leader and did as his colleague. Right? Or would I be wrong about this? He says yes, if that was what he could talk about normally, like Rose. He hopes she doesn't cause any problems at work. Rose asks to stop talking about this type of subject. The protagonist seems to be trying to say something. He thinks about her being a corporate slave, but she is embarrassed, and the protagonist is left thinking. No matter how big or small the task is, she will always take complete care to do it with as much care as possible. She is usually always on task, and her work is always wonderful, so everyone who was on the scenes always feels very proud of her. They were very happy to see that their Rose was really amazing. So, everyone was moved at that moment, and it seems that their concern was for nothing. In the midst of this, it was difficult to see her work growing, and it seems like he always spoils her a lot. Rose, at that moment, ended up looking at her mother, and her mother asked why she hadn't returned home in all these years. He understands that she moved because of work and that she has to send them at least one message. Do you have any idea how worried they were? The truth is that she has been dead for over 100 years. And what does it mean? Wasn't she alive sitting in front of them 100 years ago? People killed her by an unknown nature, and she was in a deep sleep in the deepest rank of Dystopia. The person who resurrected her is nothing more and nothing less than the protagonist who was there too. some unknown nature killed her, so she was resurrected. It was beyond human capacity to revive vampires. However, he managed to not only revive her, but he also managed to revive the demon lord. What I was saying is that if it weren't for the protagonist, she would still be dead, right? And that answer was right. I wouldn't know what to say at that moment. Out of nowhere, they started saying that her daughter was dead and was revived, and she can't curse them for reacting in such a heavy way. Whoever hurt Rose deserves the most painful death possible. In other hands, but how could he find someone, and how could he reward someone who saved his daughter? In the midst of this, he remembers the time he met with the demon lord. She wanted Rose to be her companion. In the midst of this, it was time to apply the protagonist, since he is a companion. Is marriage the best reward? Well, he looks at the protagonist and says he doesn't know how to express his gratitude, but he needs some time to process it. Does he expect him to get his head straight? I couldn't take as long as necessary. From now on, the conversation became something much better. So, it was time to go all out, and no need to be careful. You can eat as much as you want. At night, in front of a castle, two figures met in an elegant restaurant. One of the characters, Serene, thought about the previous conversation, intrigued by the story he had heard. The other, more at ease, held a glass of wine, impressed by the recent revelation. The character was remembering a meeting from the past. Powerful figures appeared in his mind, bringing back the memory of the resurrection of Mawu-sama and his servants. He reflected on the relationship between Rose and Aria, which he saw as rivalry. He was holding his glass, remembering Mawu-sama's crucial role in a previous meeting. A dark memory emerged. Surrounded by vampire hunters, they fought fiercely to protect Rose. The situation was critical, and even with a plan, the hunters realized it and continued attacking. At the most critical moment, Mawu-sama appeared, changing the course of the battle. She defeated enemies with ease, leaving a strong impression on everyone. After the battle, Mawu-sama made a request for Rose to be his companion. Rose readily accepted, without hesitation. The decision surprised everyone, especially their parents, but it reflected Rose and Aria's personalities. The character realized that respecting Rose's wishes was the right decision. Meanwhile, the question arose of the surprising decision of Licht, a human, to revive the Demon Lord's army. He revealed that he wanted revenge against the humans, explaining his alliance with the army. Licht, determined, made it clear that nothing would stop him from seeking his revenge. The other character offered help, but acknowledged that Licht's motivations were complex. At that moment, a third figure entered the room, Rose interrupting the conversation. The tension dissipated quickly, and Licht agreed to the offer. Rose, looking exhausted, said her goodbyes and left. The two remaining characters decided to call it a night and resumed their routines. As they walked through the castle, Licht moved quickly through the corridors, prompting his companion to call out, asking him to slow down. They continued at a more leisurely pace, noticing the glow of the floor and remembering Rose telling them not to worry. The conversation turned to the library, which they both wanted to explore. Suddenly, a maid appeared, introducing herself as Kano and offering to guide them. They thanked her and followed Kano to the library. When they entered, they were amazed by the vastness of books. Dorothy was enchanted by old books, while Licht wondered about necromancy. Kano, observing Dorothy, commented on her diligence, and Licht recognized it. Licht noticed a decorated book, which Kano encouraged him to open. The cape, made of dragon skin with an embedded jewel, aroused his curiosity. When he leafed through it, he discovered that it was a photo album of Rose. Kano commented on the photos, and Licht reflected on the importance of these memories. Kano told a story about when Rose was little and mischievous, and everyone in the castle took care of her. Licht confirmed that these were the photos from the period Kano was talking about. Kano, with a camera in hand, asked Licht to document Lady Rose's work while at Mawu-sama's house. She offered appropriate rewards, asking if he preferred money from the human lands or some kind of treasure. Licht, somewhat surprised by the request, refused any reward, stating that he did not need payment. He would just have to take photos of Rose working, something that left him a little disconcerted, but he accepted the responsibility. Kano excitedly suggested that Licht take around 1,000 photos of Lady Rose, ensuring that Arias-sama and Camilla-sama would be delighted. In return, she offered a generous reward, 1 kilogram of gold per photo. Surprised by the proposal, Licht realized that 1,000 photos was a considerable amount. However, he requested that instead of receiving the reward, the gold be sent to Rose since she would be the one doing the work. Meanwhile, Dorothy remained fascinated with the books she was discovering in the library, determined to acquire them regardless of the price. Dorothy, with her surprising skill, explained that as long as one had some understanding of the ancient language, reading the books was possible, although she still needed a bit of translation. Licht, surprised by how quickly Dorothy was reading, commented that normal people didn't finish reading books that quickly. She, immersed in her reading, ignored the observation and continued leafing through the books, indicating where the books read should be placed to be stored. The library continued to be a fascinating place, full of ancient knowledge that intrigued everyone present. Suddenly, Dorothy asked Licht to stay put, as there was something she wanted to test. Before he could react, Licht was caught off guard and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Dorothy, with a book in her hands, seemed focused on her experiment, unaware of the discomfort caused to Licht, who had no time to prepare for what was to come. Licht, feeling uncomfortable, realized that he was being enveloped by a sort of magical constriction. Dorothy, calmly sitting with her book, commanded the magic to release him, and Licht stood up, complaining of the pain he felt. Curious, he asked if what happened was the result of a spell written in the book Dorothy was reading. She confirmed, explaining that it wasn't the only spell in the book, mentioning another that required a corpse to perform, but regretting not having one available at the moment to test. Dorothy sighed, regretting that there were no enemies attacking at the moment, so she could test the spell. Licht, visibly uncomfortable, asked her to stop saying scary things. Dorothy, without much concern, explained that the spell allowed one to control a corpse by placing a soul in it, but also mentioned that the spell had a time limit and required a body, which made it impractical in many situations. Licht, relieved, commented that with Dorothy around, they probably wouldn't need that kind of magic anytime soon. Dorothy, in a moment of vulnerability, murmured that she was a little jealous. Licht, surprised, asked if she had said something, but Dorothy quickly dismissed the conversation, saying it was nothing. The atmosphere between the two became slightly awkward, while the scenery of the castle in the distance remained imposing and silent, like a constant presence in their lives. Licht was still soundly asleep when someone tried to gently wake him up, shaking him and asking him to get up, as it would soon be noon. The person became worried when they saw that Licht was unresponsive and began thinking of a way to wake him up. Faced with the situation, she decided she had no other choice and prepared to take a different attitude, hoping to finally be able to wake him up. Upon awakening, Licht realized that Rose was very close to him and, surprised, he asked her what she was doing. Startled, he wondered if she was trying to turn him into something. Rose, surprised by his reaction, explained that she was just sucking some blood to encourage him to wake up and quickly denied doing anything suspicious. Licht, still confused by the situation, looked at her as he tried to understand what exactly was going on. Licht, relieved, understood what Rose was trying to explain and sighed in relief when he realized that he was not being transformed. She reminded him that the transformation would only be possible if she deposited her bodily fluids into him, which was not the case. However, Rose became irritated when she saw him go back to bed, complaining that it would be pointless to wake him up if he went back to sleep. Later, Dorothy called him to breakfast, warning him that he would miss his meal if he didn't get up. Licht, finally awake, responded with a simple good morning, still a little drowsy. During breakfast, Rose noticed her parents' absence and, worried, asked where they were. Licht mentioned that they left in a hurry and seemed worried, which made Rose feel even more distressed. Dorothy suggested that perhaps they were preparing a surprise, but Rose thought Licht was too optimistic, warning that they might be under attack. Licht, however, maintained his positive outlook, hoping it was just a misunderstanding. Licht tried to reassure Rose and Dorothy, arguing that if there was an attack, they would have already been warned and the situation would not be so calm. Rose acknowledged that he was right, admitting that the enemies would probably not arrive without fanfare. However, before they could completely relax, someone rushed into the room, urgently announcing that intruders had appeared, immediately changing the mood of the conversation and putting everyone on alert. Upon hearing about the intruders, Rose, Licht, and Dorothy were immediately alert. Kano reported that the maids were already heading to confront the invaders, who were identified as 3 in total, probably vampire hunters. The seriousness of the situation caused the group to quickly prepare, aware that the confrontation was inevitable and that they needed to be ready to deal with the imminent threat. Licht, determined, suggested that they too join the fight against the intruders. Rose and Dorothy exchanged determined looks, aware of the gravity of the situation. Together, the group prepared to head out the door, ready to face the vampire hunters who threatened the castle, willing to protect the place and its inhabitants at any cost. Outside the castle, 2 of the intruders were talking to each other. One of them, named Alf, seemed apprehensive, questioning whether the mission was really worth it, as the situation seemed dangerous. The other, however, was more focused on the promised rewards, ignoring the risks. He assured Alf that once they finished that work, they could enjoy the rest of their lives in peace. The tension between caution and greed was evident as they advanced towards the castle, determined to complete their mission. The intruders were gathered and discussing the situation as they approached the castle. Vet, one of the members, was hesitant, thinking the castle looked much bigger and different than planned. He was confronted by the others, who accused him of weakness for thinking about giving up after they had come so far. They reminded Vet of his strength and the enormous reward that awaited them, encouraging him to continue with the mission, as it would be enough to guarantee a life of comfort. The group was determined to move forward, despite Vet's doubts. Alf, after reflecting on his companion's arguments, agreed that they were right and apologized for his hesitation. The group then revised their original plan. Based on the information they had, only 2 vampires resided in the castle. With confidence, they decided to attack from 3 different sides, believing this would guarantee victory. One of the members reinforced that, if they followed this plan, they would emerge victorious from the mission. Everyone agreed to continue with the strategy, staying focused on their objective. One of the intruders began to explore the castle, admiring its spacious and well-decorated interior. He commented to himself that if that mansion were on human land, its value would be incalculable. Despite being impressed by the architecture, he also noticed that, until that moment, the castle was empty, with no sign of any living soul nearby. This made him a little uneasy, as he expected to encounter resistance right from the start. As the intruder explored the castle's halls, one of the maids screamed, alerting Dorothy to their location. Before the situation could escalate, the intruder quickly grabbed the maid, threatening her and ordering her to remain silent. The maid, even surprised, remained firm in the face of imminent danger, while the tension in the castle increased. The intruder, realizing that he had killed the maid in the heat of the moment, was alarmed by the gravity of his action. However, before he could fully process the situation, something unexpected happened. Strange bindings began to wrap around his legs, taking him completely by surprise. The intruder tried to fight against the magical bonds, kicking to free himself, but was surprised by Dorothy's appearance. Panting and full of remorse, he apologized to the maid, regretting that he hadn't been able to help her in time. Dorothy, with a serious expression, commented that the intruder had finally revealed himself, referring to him as a vampire. The intruder observed Dorothy with apprehension, thinking that she was unlike anyone else he had ever encountered. Dorothy calmly and authoritatively asserted that he was human and instructed him to kneel with his hands behind his back, promising to spare his life if he complied. Before the intruder could react, Another mysterious figure appeared, a skeletal being carrying a macabre staff, interrupting the moment with the question, "What do we have here?" The frustrated intruder insulted Dorothy, realizing that she was no ordinary person. He recognized that she was used to fighting humans and was intrigued by the technique she used, which seemed to make no sense. Dorothy, however, remained calm and confident, responding sarcastically by calling him a poor man. The intruder, determined not to be caught again, advanced on Dorothy confidently, believing that his techniques would not work a second time. However, Dorothy calmly and precisely cast a powerful spell called Arms of the Dead. Spectral hands appeared from the ground, grabbing the intruder before he could react. In one swift movement, Dorothy hit him hard, leaving him breathless and unable to continue fighting, showing once again her superiority in combat. The intruder, trying to change the situation in his favor, suggested making a deal with Dorothy, stating that he had the advantage in hand-to-hand combat. However, Dorothy scorned him with a sarcastic smile, calling him an idiot and making it clear that she would never make such a deal. The intruder, offended, replied that she was just a buffoon, but his words demonstrated his frustration at Dorothy's clear superiority. Furious and with no other options, the intruder shouted, "Then die," and rushed at Dorothy in a desperate attack. He believed his blow would be decisive, but Dorothy, always one step ahead, reacted with speed and precision. With a quick strike, she hit him with a powerful kick, frustrating his attempt. The intruder, surprised by Dorothy's agile response, realized that his efforts had been in vain, as she completely dominated him with ease. The intruder, in a last desperate effort, managed to knock Dorothy down and began to clasp his hands around her neck, trying to choke her. With determination and anger written all over his face, he pressed hard, trying to ensure his victory. Dorothy, visibly struggling to breathe, appeared to be running out of strength. The moment was critical, with the intruder believing he finally had the upper hand, while Dorothy found herself in a dangerous and tense situation. At the moment of apparent victory, something unexpected happened. He was hit in the neck and seriously injured. The intruder was stunned to realize that something had gone terribly wrong. As he tried to suffocate Dorothy, blood gushed from his own body. Confused and stunned, he wondered what had happened, remembering that, moments before, he believed he had killed the maid. However, the maid, now standing and visibly injured, was still alive and stared at him with an expression of shock. Dorothy, after being released, coughed, slowly recovering, while the intruder fell to the ground. Dorothy, coughing and composing herself, commented that the incident would probably leave a mark. She then apologized to the maid for using her body without permission, indicating that she had done something to save or protect her. The maid, astonished, watched as Dorothy, satisfied, reflected on how this was the first time she had used a specific technique and how happy she was that it worked. Clearly, Dorothy had performed some sort of control spell, utilizing the maid as part of her strategy to defeat the intruder. Dorothy, still sitting after the intense battle, reflected on the technique she used, initially thinking that it would be something simple to forget, but realizing that she was mistaken about its importance. She thought about Licht and Rose, hoping they were okay. Meanwhile, another intruder was shot down, bringing the total number to 3. The situation was clearly under Dorothy's control, who remained calm and efficient in the face of challenges. The woman entered the room and noticed the fallen intruders, commenting that they were just weak. The maid, determined, stood in front of her and prohibited her from moving forward, declaring that she would not pass that way. The intruder observed the situation, wondering about the other members of her group, but the maid stood her ground, ready to face her at any cost. The intruder faced the maid, asking about the other 3 fallen, and demanded to know where her master was, threatening to end his life if he didn't speak. The maid, without hesitation, declared that she would not give in to pressure. The situation became more tense, with the intruder appearing impatient, reinforcing her threat by saying that there were many others who could take the maid's place. Even in the face of the threat, the maid maintained her firm stance, ready to defend her objective at any cost. The intruder smiled sadistically and threatened to crush the maid's fingers one by one, taunting her about how much pain she would endure before giving in. The terrified maid let out a scream of terror as the intruder prepared to act, commenting that her reaction was wonderful. Without mercy, the intruder declared that the maid's time was up, raising her weapon with the intention of ending the torture. The intruder continued her brutal attack, knocking the maid down and coldly declaring that she was the fourth to fall. The maid, angry and determined, tried one last attack, but the intruder, unfazed, concluded that humans were as cruel as demons. She watched the scene with disdain, certain that her power would prevail. The intruder, initially confused, assumed that she was facing yet another fake copy, but soon realized that Licht was human. Panting, she questioned what a human would be doing in a place like that, intrigued by his unexpected presence in the castle. Licht remained firm, ready for any development of the situation. The intruder, still surprised, questioned once again what a human was doing in that place. Licht, undeterred, responded with another question, questioning what her purpose here was. The exchange revealed the tension between the two, with both clearly aware that their intentions were being tested at that moment. Licht stood his ground without revealing his intentions directly, while the intruder cautiously analyzed the situation. The intruder replied that his objective there was simple: to make money like any other mercenary. Licht, without expressing surprise, merely commented that he understood. The intruder, intrigued by Licht's calm demeanor, asked directly what he was implying. On the floor, a magic circle began to form, suggesting that Licht was preparing something without the intruder fully realizing it. The maids ran up, worried about Licht, asking if he was okay. He quickly instructed them to flee, understanding that the situation could worsen even further. The intruder observed the scene carefully, realizing that something was about to happen, but not fully understanding what Licht was planning. Licht, however, maintained his calm stance. Licht assured the maids that he would be fine, instructing them to quickly go to where Rose and Dorothy were. Although hesitant, they understood the urgency and left, wishing Licht good luck. The intruder, observing the scene, recognized his bravery, but still maintained a confident stance, believing that her opponent would be no match for her. Licht remained firm in his decision. The intruder, impatient, demanded that Licht finally answer her question, wanting to know what a human like him was doing in that place. Licht, however, responded evasively, taunting her by saying that perhaps he just didn't want the maids to see him get killed. The intruder, intrigued, noticed that he seemed to be in league with the vampires and asked him to explain his choice. Licht, firm but cautious, swallowed. The intruder declared that any act of helping non-human races, such as vampires, was considered treason. With a cold smile, she stated that she would treat Licht as a traitor. Licht, realizing the gravity of the situation, responded sarcastically, calling her crazy. Impatient, the intruder decided to end the conversation, brandishing her sword and shouting for Licht to drop dead, preparing for the final attack. Licht, remaining calm, knew that the confrontation was about to begin. The confrontation began intensely, with the metallic sound of clashing swords. Licht skillfully blocked the intruder's attack, surprising her. She praised his moves, stating that he could have made more money if he had stayed in human lands. Licht, however, remained firm, ready to continue the fight, without being shaken by his opponent's provocations. The fight continued, and as they exchanged blows, the woman commented that it was a waste of talent for Licht to be fighting there. He, without hesitation, replied that he took it as a compliment. The opponent, curious, asked if he had somewhere else to go, and Licht, without losing focus, apologized if what he said offended her. His words demonstrated both skill in battle and emotional control, making it clear that he was focused but without losing his composure in the face of provocations. The warrior launched a deadly blow, hitting the young man in the chest, who felt the blade pierce deeply. He heard the word goodbye in his ear as he tried to stay upright. The cut was precise and devastating, and he couldn't believe he had been injured like that. As the blade passed through him once more, He fell to the ground with a thud. The warrior then walked away, commenting on how she didn't imagine there would be more humans left in that place. The young man, even though he was down, reflected quickly, coughing as he thought that she had taken it easy at first. The young man, who should be dead, reappeared behind the warrior, catching her off guard with an attack. She, astonished, could not believe that he was still standing, convinced that she had already killed him. The warrior realized that the maids had been resurrected, something she attributed to the young man's power. She felt pressure, knowing she couldn't keep up and needed to think of a strategy. At the same time, he prepared an attack that she realized was a feint. During the fight, the warrior blocked the young man's attack, wondering how he survived, as she was sure she had killed him before. He, in turn, did not reveal the secret and maintained an enigmatic stance without giving clear answers. The warrior, furious, called the young man a monster and vowed to kill him as many times as necessary. She moved forward with determination, screaming at him to go to hell, but he remained calm, waiting for her next move. The warrior hit the young man with a deadly blow, and he felt the blade pass through his body. However, something strange happened. He remained standing, even after being fatally wounded, as if a mysterious power was at work. The warrior was shocked to see that the young man was still standing despite the fatal blow. She gasped in disbelief as she muttered that it was impossible. The young man, in turn, appeared to be protected by some type of powerful magic, which prevented his immediate death. The young man, with a determined expression, said that, when destroying the heart of any creature, whether vampire or zombie, they must remain dead. He advanced, determined to finish the fight, while the warrior, panting and scared, called him a crazy monster when she realized that her blow was not enough to stop him. The young man, covered in blood, got up after the fight and thought about meeting the other two, Alf and Vet. The warrior, surprised and nervous, realized that there were still 2 more people linked to him and prepared for what was to come next. The young man smiled darkly, while the warrior watched in disbelief. He was visibly tired, but still full of determination. Without wasting time, the warrior made a quick movement, trying to gain distance from him. The hooded man advanced silently through the corridors, worried about the progress of the other 2. He reflected on the situation, finding it strange that they hadn't encountered any enemies yet. The feeling that something was wrong only grew, and he began to question whether the triple attack strategy was really the best choice. As the man reflected on how he ended up alone, a sound of wings caught his attention. He looked around, noticing a bat flying nearby. It made him wonder how everything turned out this way, and the presence of the bat only increased his feeling that something sinister was happening around him. The man launched himself at the bat, trying to attack it with a quick blow, but was soon surprised to realize that several other bats appeared, filling the environment around him. The unexpected amount of creatures made him question what he was really up against. The ninja observed the bat that entered the room and quickly tried to attack it, but realized that the animal was not alone. A cloud of bats filled the room, surrounding him. He prepared to fight, wondering if he had enough knives to face so many opponents. Suddenly, he saw a shadow form, and from this cloud of bats, a female figure emerged imposingly. The noble-looking woman faced him with determination, making it clear that he was facing a formidable enemy. A woman with long hair, dressed elegantly with a rose on her chest, stands with a confident expression, having tracked down her target. She acknowledges his actions against her bats. The armored figure, his body language tense, looks back at her, intrigued by her unusual characteristics as a vampire. Observing her closely, he questions her maturity, making a remark that she seems young. The armored figure, visibly frustrated, denies the accusation of being a child, his stance becoming more assertive. The woman, undeterred, warns him against attempting to unsettle her with such remarks, making it clear she won't be easily thrown off balance. She explains her purpose, expressing that she has questions to ask him, her demeanor calm yet firm. Introducing herself as Rose, she points out an unusual sensation in her body, a prickling feeling, and inquires if his knife might be coated with poison. The armored figure realizes with surprise that his poison has no effect on Rose. Speculating that poison may not work on her, she confirms that the knife is indeed coated with poison, expressing relief that the strange sensation in her body was caused by the toxin rather than an internal issue. Calmly, Rose critiques the potency of the poison, noting that the amount on the blade is quite small and ultimately ineffective. The armored figure acknowledges her insight, then responds respectfully, stating that he has much more planned beyond this initial attempt, subtly apologizing for the current lack of impact. Rose directs a second question to the armored figure, asking if defeating all of them here would prevent future vampire hunters from approaching the castle. He responds with a hint of sarcasm, suggesting that her actions might lead others to view her as a significant threat. Confidently, he adds that she shouldn't worry about future invasions, as she's about to be destroyed by them anyway. His stance shifts to a more aggressive posture, gripping his weapon in preparation for a potential confrontation. Rose stands resolute, her expression unwavering as she awaits a response. The armored figure hesitates briefly, agreeing with a simple acknowledgement but internally acknowledging her formidable presence. He recognizes that she surpasses any vampire he has faced before, realizing that she is in a completely different league. Observing her carefully, he struggles to find an opening for an attack. He considers his only potential advantage the youthful, perhaps inexperienced, nature of her mind, yet remains uncertain of how to proceed. The armored figure contemplates his strategy, noting that regardless of her resistance to poison, a direct stab to the heart would be effective in eliminating a vampire. He wishes he had a means to provoke her, understanding that a clear strike is necessary. Meanwhile, Rose states that she has finished asking questions, her calm demeanor unwavering. She politely excuses herself, expressing her intent to meet with individuals named Licht and Dorothy. The armored figure, appearing somewhat frustrated, mutters to himself, believing her departure would be a waste of time. The armored figure is taken aback as Rose confidently declares that her partners have already captured the individuals he mentioned. His reaction is one of shock and disbelief, prompting him to question her statement. Rose maintains her composure but appears slightly surprised by his response. Growing increasingly agitated, he accuses her of speaking nonsense, asserting that she knows nothing about Dorothy and Licht. He moves towards her, his frustration evident as he demands that she refrain from making such claims. Rose, visibly angered, challenges the armored figure's words, accusing him of speaking nonsense once more. He responds calmly, mentioning that capturing her allies had been an easy task and musing aloud about their possible fate. Enraged by his taunts, Rose lunges forward, closing the distance between them as she bites him fiercely, catching him off guard with her sudden and intense reaction. The armored figure endures the pain as Rose bites him, dark energy seeming to ooze from his wound. Despite the discomfort, he remains focused, internally vowing to be the one to destroy her heart. He tells himself to hold on, waiting for her to turn away so he can assess the situation with her captured allies. Driven by determination, he braces himself, determined to execute his plan when the opportunity arises. Rose, her anger flaring, demands that the armored figure verify his claims himself if he doesn't believe in her strength. He calmly responds, stating that he merely repeated what was reported to him. Frustrated, Rose curses him, shouting out the name Licht in a moment of desperation or defiance. Observing her reaction, the armored figure smirks subtly, seemingly pleased by the effect his words have had on her. A powerful whoosh cuts through the air, catching the armored figure's attention as something swiftly moves overhead. He looks up in surprise, his heart pounding intensely. Rose, now moving away, calls back to him with a final, dismissive command, telling him to remain there and die. The figure, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, watches her retreating form, her words echoing as he processes her decisive departure. The armored figure braces himself, gripping his weapon with determination as he prepares for action. In a swift, calculated motion, he strikes, his blade slicing through with precision. Blood spurts from his target as he follows through, maintaining his stance. The aftermath leaves a small figure in the distance, his focus still sharp and intent, as dark bars close in, marking the end of his decisive move. Rose approaches Licht-san, expressing relief at seeing him safe. Concerned, she asks if he suffered any harm or mistreatment. Licht-san, appearing somewhat surprised by her worry, reassures her that he is unharmed and questions the reason for her concern. Rose explains that she had heard he was captured, which had caused her to worry. Relieved, she breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for his safety. Licht-san explains to Rose that the person he was pursuing managed to escape, mentioning her speed and that he's still searching for her. Rose suggests that they look for her together. Licht-san agrees, but Rose proposes that they first meet up with Dorothy-san before continuing the search. Licht-san acknowledges the suggestion, and Rose then asks him about Dorothy-san's whereabouts, seeming curious about where she might be. Rose, with determination, lifts Licht-san onto her back, telling him to hold on tightly as they set off to search for Dorothy-san together. Licht-san, surprised by the sudden movement, complies. Rose expresses her intent to personally eliminate any enemy responsible for Dorothy-san's possible defeat. She seeks Licht-san's approval for this request, emphasizing her commitment. Licht-san finds comfort in her resolve, acknowledging her intention as reassuring in this uncertain situation. As they move swiftly through the corridors, Rose expresses concern about the possibility that Dorothy-san may have sustained serious injuries, potentially leaving her immobilized. Despite this, Licht-san admits he doesn't like to consider the idea of her losing, but agrees that they should hurry to find her. Suddenly, Rose spots Dorothy-san ahead and calls out to her. Dorothy, seated casually, greets Rose with a calm acknowledgement, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Rose commends Licht for his efforts and requests that he revive the maid who appears to have been injured. Licht acknowledges her request, prepared to assist. Rose then notices blood on her dress, pointing it out, and Licht observes that there is also blood on his clothing. Concerned, Rose approaches Dorothy-san, asking if she's alright and noticing red marks around her neck, indicating possible injury. Dorothy, seemingly unfazed, reassures her that she's fine, brushing off Rose's concern about the marks potentially leaving a permanent scar. Licht performs a resurrection spell on the maid, intricate symbols and energy surrounding him as he channels his power. Gradually, the maid opens her eyes, coming back to consciousness with a look of confusion. Rose, relieved, expresses gratitude to Licht for his help, while the maid, still disoriented, wonders aloud about what just happened. She glances around, taking in her surroundings, as Rose and Licht stand nearby, reassured by her recovery. Licht remarks that the maid's memory appears to be fully intact, and Dorothy praises his impressive abilities. Rose, with a bit of embarrassment, suggests that if she were to be resurrected the same way, any injuries she sustained would also be healed. However, she quickly backtracks, exclaiming that she can't go through with that, playfully shaking her head in refusal. Dorothy offers to prepare something to treat Rose's injury instead, showing concern. Licht then shifts the focus to the escaped intruder, asking Dorothy if it would be possible to send her spirits to pursue the enemy. Dorothy confidently responds, assuring him that tracking humans is an easy task for her, preparing to act on his request. A sudden, ominous presence fills the air, causing Rose, Dorothy, and Licht to shudder in alarm. The intensity of the dark intent is palpable, and a terrified scream echoes through the scene. Licht, visibly disturbed, questions the source of the murderous aura surrounding them. Rose, equally shaken, realizes that this feeling is unmistakable, yet struggles to comprehend the situation. Dorothy, overwhelmed by the sinister force, begins to feel nauseous, her body reacting to the oppressive atmosphere as they all brace themselves against the unknown threat. As the dark and oppressive presence intensifies, Rose suddenly realizes the source, exclaiming that it's her father. Standing imposingly before them is a man with a refined appearance, sporting a neatly groomed mustache and an elaborate suit. In the background, Licht checks on Dorothy, who assures him that she's alright, thanking him for his concern. The group braces themselves, aware of the formidable presence that Rose's father brings to the room. During a formal gathering, Rose's father expresses his deepest gratitude to Licht and Dorothy, addressing them with great respect. He acknowledges their efforts, commending them for not only reviving Rose, but also protecting the household from intruders. A woman beside him, possibly Rose's mother, expresses her thanks as well, assuring them that their skills will no longer be doubted. Licht, somewhat humble, responds modestly, insisting it was nothing, while everyone sits together in a warm atmosphere around a well-prepared table. Rose's father, with a confident demeanor, reveals that he had already dealt with the individual he encountered, assuring Licht that there is no need for concern. Laughing, he confirms Licht's suspicions about his actions. Licht, however, admits with a sense of regret that he allowed one of the vampire hunters to escape, feeling as though he hadn't been of much use and referring to himself disparagingly. Rose's father quickly reassures him, emphasizing that his contribution was still valuable and that his assistance is appreciated. He then promises that their family will also offer their support to Licht and his companions in times of need. Rose encourages Licht to eat more, urging him to build his strength and not to be so modest. Licht, feeling he has already eaten enough, seems hesitant. Rose's mother then expresses a desire for him to stay and rest a bit longer, but she acknowledges that his time with them is limited, noting that today is likely the last day of his break. Rose apologizes to her mother, understanding the circumstances but also showing a sense of responsibility as his departure approaches. Rose reassures her mother, promising that she'll visit again once she gets some time off, emphasizing that this won't be the last time they see each other. Her mother, touched, softly says Rose's name, moved by her words. Rose then assures her that she'll always have a place to return to, as her mother will be waiting for her. The family shares a warm moment together, sitting around the dining table, comforted by the thought of future reunions. Licht and Dorothy, observing the family's warm interaction from a distance, agree not to intrude on their private moment and quietly step away. Inside, Rose's father expresses his happiness about her work with the team at Dystopia. He reassures her, offering his support if she ever faces difficulties in her job, encouraging her to reach out without hesitation. Rose smiles, appreciating his offer, but confidently assures him that she'll manage, grateful for his understanding and willingness to assist if needed. With a bright smile, Rose expresses her affection for everyone at Dystopia, stating how much she loves her team. Her parents, touched by her words, realize they had been worried for no reason. Her father remarks on her maturity, acknowledging that Rose has truly grown into an adult. Her mother, smiling warmly, agrees with him, sharing a lighthearted moment together as Rose's happiness brings them reassurance and pride. Rose's father brings up the idea that Licht would be a good match for her, catching Rose completely off guard. Shocked, she questions what he is saying, visibly flustered. Her father, seemingly undeterred, mentions that he has already spoken to Licht about it. Rose, embarrassed and overwhelmed, begs him not to make such decisions without consulting her. Her mother joins in, supporting the idea, noting that Licht is both kind and reliable. Rose, deeply embarrassed, blushes and tries to hide her reaction, feeling the intensity of her parents' unexpected matchmaking attempts. Rose's father mentions that it seems Licht has taken a liking to her, causing Rose to blush and feel flustered. Internally, she panics, wondering how she might come up with an excuse or response to handle the situation. Gathering herself, she hesitantly asks her father if what he said is true, her curiosity and embarrassment evident. Rose's father reassures her, asking if he has ever lied to her before. Rose enthusiastically confirms that he hasn't, expressing her gratitude with a warm hug, thanking him sincerely. The sound of a clock chimes, signaling the time. Her father gently notes that the moment has come, and Rose, slightly hesitant, acknowledges it, understanding that it's time for her to depart or face an important task. Rose, preparing to leave, smiles at her parents and reassures them that she'll come back to visit someday. Her parents warmly bid her farewell, encouraging her to take care of herself. Rose promises to return, expressing her excitement to spend time with them again in the future. With determination, she decides not to keep Licht-san and Dorothy-san waiting any longer. As she heads off, she calls back with a confident, "I will," reaffirming her commitment to see them again, while her parents watch her departure fondly. Rose, Licht, and Dorothy stand together outside a stone structure surrounded by snow. Licht appears pensive, lost in thought as he walks slightly ahead of the others. Dorothy and Rose follow closely behind, observing him with subtle concern. The atmosphere is calm yet introspective as the group gathers in this cold, remote location, each seemingly reflecting on the journey ahead or recent events. As Licht enters the room, a young girl warmly greets him, welcoming him back. She informs him that she took the liberty of cleaning his room, her expression friendly and eager. Licht, slightly surprised by her thoughtfulness, thanks her with a bit of hesitation. The room sparkles with cleanliness, a reflection of her efforts to make him feel comfortable and cared for upon his return. The young girl cheerfully asks Licht how he spent his day off, hoping he had a good time. Licht replies that he enjoyed himself, sharing that he had the opportunity to meet Rose's parents and indulge in delicious food. The girl is pleased to hear this, expressing her happiness for him. Licht then notes that things were quiet around Dystopia in his absence, with no significant issues arising. Despite the peacefulness, he finds himself feeling a bit disappointed, realizing that, although tranquility is ideal, part of him expected something eventful during his time away. The young girl mentions that Mausama is looking for Licht, which prompts Licht to realize he should hurry to avoid making Arya upset for being late. She also explains that, in his absence, she had to apologize on his behalf, assuming he might be concerned that something went wrong. Licht, a bit flustered, reassures her that now isn't the time to worry about that and quickly prepares to leave, understanding her reasoning but focused on meeting Mausama promptly. The young girl notices that Licht seems a bit more affectionate than usual and asks if something good happened. Licht responds, expressing his gratitude for her observation, and mentioning that Mausama didn't appear to be in a bad mood, so there's no need to worry too much. She interprets this as Licht simply being himself, brushing off any significance. Just then, Mausama acknowledges Licht's presence, signaling the beginning of their conversation or task. A woman in armor greets Licht with a friendly smile, noting that it's been a while and asking if he enjoyed his day off. Licht responds that it was enjoyable in its own way, though he admits it didn't quite feel like a vacation. She expresses interest in hearing about any souvenirs he may have brought back, but acknowledges they'll have to postpone the conversation, mentioning that José and Iris should be arriving soon. The atmosphere is lighthearted as they prepare to focus on the tasks at hand. Setting aside personal stories for later, two elves, José and Iris, arrive and apologize to Mausama for being a bit late. Mausama reassures them, saying it's fine since they were abruptly summoned. One of the elves, still half asleep, is gently prodded awake by her companion. Observing this, Licht comments on being the only one who has returned to work as usual, noting with slight exasperation that Dorothy and Rose have been given more time to rest. The armored woman acknowledges this as a minor miscalculation on her part, adding a bit of humor to the scene. The armored woman observes Licht carefully, noting that he seems to have undergone an internal change since his return. She hesitates, considering how to phrase her thoughts, then decides to leave the topic for later. Meanwhile, a subtle but intense aura emanates from Licht, his dark and gloomy emotions more prominent and visible than before. Reflecting on the change, she speculates that something significant may have happened during his break, possibly involving a confrontation with humans. The scene hints at an unspoken tension as they continue with their tasks, each aware of the altered atmosphere. The team gathers as the armored woman addresses them. Noting that the workload has accumulated in Rose's absence, she rallies everyone to work together to overcome the backlog. Raising her fist with determination, she challenges them to show their capabilities and tackle the tasks ahead. The team responds with a unified affirmation, motivated by her energy and ready to meet the demands placed on them. Licht sits with a book in hand, reflecting on recent events. It has been a few months since he resurrected the Demon Lord's army, and during that time, much has transpired. Memories flood his mind, showing glimpses of various characters, his allies, battles, and moments of camaraderie. Each image represents the challenges and experiences they have all faced since the resurrection, marking a period of intense growth and transformation for Licht and those around him. As Licht closes the book, he rises from his seat, the weight of his reflections giving way to a quiet resolve. Outside the window, the sun begins to set, casting a warm glow over the landscape of Dystopia. He notices Rose and Dorothy in the distance, engaged in light conversation as they prepare for the evening's duties. Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, Licht steps forward to join his companions, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead with them by his side. A young girl approaches Licht, informing him that there's a job for him, but she notices he seems a bit downcast and asks why he appears depressed. Licht brushes off her concern, insisting it's nothing and shifting the focus back to the task. The armored woman, standing nearby, also inquires if something is troubling him. Licht, however, remains focused on learning more about the job, setting aside his emotions to attend to the task at hand. The armored woman informs Licht and the young girl that someone in Rafta is targeting Byrne's life. She explains that Byrne, facing the threat of a skilled assassin, has specifically requested them to serve as her guards. Licht questions the decision, suggesting that Byrne might be better off relying on her own subordinates for protection. The woman confirms that, despite having subordinates, Byrne appears not to trust them fully with her safety, thus turning to Licht and their team for this important task. The young girl suggests that Licht could potentially intervene only if Byrne were to be assassinated, given his resurrection ability. The armored woman counters, pointing out the complexities of the situation. She highlights that the human kingdom is in disarray, and Byrne is likely facing threats from a powerful assassin guild operating behind the scenes. Licht reflects on Byrne's vulnerability, speculating that she might be lacking reliable guards. The woman further notes the risk of Byrne's true identity being exposed to humans if resurrection were used and emphasizes the potential chaos that would ensue in the kingdom if Byrne were assassinated amidst this instability. The armored woman reveals that Byrne's true identity is a fox spirit, adding complexity to the mission. She explains that their task goes beyond merely protecting her role as queen, they must also safeguard her hidden nature. She emphasizes to Licht that, in the unfortunate event of Byrne's assassination, his role would be to resurrect her, ensuring her identity and status remain intact. Acknowledging the importance of the mission, Licht agrees to do his best. The woman, confident in his abilities, expresses her high expectations, entrusting him with the critical responsibility. The armored woman informs Licht that they will be entering the castle under the guise of close friends of Byrne. She emphasizes the importance of maintaining this cover and advises him not to attract any undue attention. The young girl encourages Licht, offering her support. Licht acknowledges the instructions, promising to be cautious. As they prepare for the mission, the woman reminds him one last time to be mindful of his actions to avoid suspicion from those around them. The armored woman strikes a confident pose, revealing her new outfit, a sharp, military-style uniform complete with a peaked cap. She proudly asks Licht and the young girl for their opinion, certain that she looks impressive. Licht and the young girl stare in surprise, dazzled by her bold appearance as she radiates confidence and enthusiasm in her chosen attire for the mission. Licht, surprised, questions the armored woman about her decision to join them, noticing her enthusiasm as she confidently nods in response. He wonders where she even acquired such an outfit. While the young girl stands by, equally surprised, the armored woman adjusts her hat with a satisfied expression, exuding confidence. Observing her determination, Licht and the young girl exchange comments about her unexpectedly high level of enthusiasm, to which she responds with a firm command to stay focused and quiet. The scene shifts to a grand, expansive castle surrounded by walls and rooftops, nestled against a mountainous backdrop. Inside, a cheerful maid approaches with a tray in hand, calling out to Byrne Sama as she announces that she has brought lunch. Her expression is bright and welcoming as she eagerly delivers the meal, adding a touch of warmth to the castle's formal atmosphere. Byrne, seated calmly, acknowledges Anna, the maid, as she brings in the lunch. Anna places the tray down and expresses her gratitude. Byrne instructs her to leave it there, her demeanor serious and contemplative. As Anna goes about her tasks, she expresses concern for Byrne's well-being, encouraging her to lighten her spirit, reassuring her that the guards are present to protect her. Byrne reflects on this, internally acknowledging Anna's words but still appearing troubled. Anna remains optimistic, hoping to uplift Byrne's mood. Byrne informs Anna that she will prepare some light refreshments for her close friends, who are expected to arrive soon. She warns Anna that the refreshments might be a bit unusual, advising her not to pay too much attention to them. Anna, surprised by this news, asks for clarification, and Byrne confirms that Mao-sama will be coming in person. Realizing the significance of the visit, Anna nods in understanding, acknowledging that it's best not to initiate conversation with Byrne's friends, as they tend to be quite picky and fussy. As Byrne contemplates the implications of her friends visiting, she realizes that knowing one of them is the Demon Lord could pose a danger to her if she inadvertently reveals their identity. Determined to prevent any potential mishap, she resolves to eliminate that possibility. At that moment, Anna informs her that 2 individuals claiming to be her close friends have arrived at the castle. Byrne, curious yet cautious, asks Anna for their names, ready to decide how to handle the situation. Byrne instructs Anna to bring her friends into the room, identifying them as Arya and Licht. She emphasizes that they are her close friends and reminds Anna to show them the proper respect and sincerity, warning her not to be rude. Anna nods, acknowledging Byrne's request, while Byrne's tone reflects her seriousness about the matter. As Anna prepares to go, Byrne reiterates the importance of treating her friends well, clearly invested in maintaining a positive atmosphere for their visit. Byrne affectionately pats Anna on the head, expressing her appreciation for her hard work. She promises Anna a reward if she performs her duties well, which brings a bright smile to Anna's face as she enthusiastically assures Byrne that she won't let her down. Byrne's encouragement reinforces Anna's confidence, and they share a warm moment before Anna leaves to attend to her tasks. Meanwhile, Byrne stands composed, preparing for her friend's arrival, her demeanor transitioning from playful to focused as she anticipates their visit. As Mao-sama enters the room, she is greeted warmly by the armored woman, who expresses gratitude for her visit. Licht follows closely behind, acknowledging Mao-sama as well. The armored woman is particularly enthusiastic, excitedly announcing their arrival. However, Mao-sama, noticing something amiss, recalls an incident from just moments before when they encountered a maid behaving suspiciously, lowering her head when they approached. This raises concerns about whether something untoward has occurred. The atmosphere shifts slightly as they prepare to address the potential issue. The armored woman exchanges playful banter with Licht, teasing him about being free all the time while they have important tasks to attend to. She shifts the conversation to inquire about the situation with the assassin, but Byrne interjects, questioning how the armored woman even knows there's an assassin at all. Byrne emphasizes that if an assassin's target can sense their presence, then they are failing in their role. The armored woman responds playfully, only to receive a light pinch, adding humor to the tension as they prepare to tackle the threat ahead. Byrne declares that she knows about the assassination attempt through fortune-telling, her expression serious and determined. She explains that she has seen a vision of her future where she is being assassinated. The armored woman, skeptical, responds with disbelief, indicating that they are not there to entertain such claims. Byrne insists on the seriousness of the situation, pleading for trust in her foresight, while the armored woman raises an eyebrow, clearly questioning the reliability of her fortune-telling. The tension rises as they navigate the delicate balance between belief and skepticism in the face of danger. Licht expresses his belief that Byrne is likely telling the truth about her premonition of danger, supporting her claim as a fox spirit capable of sensing threats. He asserts that if they are going to address this situation, they should fully commit to it. Byrne, feeling grateful, thanks Licht for his support. The armored woman acknowledges Licht's perspective, agreeing that it's better to trust Byrne's instincts, especially considering her earnestness. She ultimately concedes to the seriousness of the situation, deciding they must act accordingly. Despite her initial doubts, Byrne shares that she believes the assassination attempt will happen within the next 3 days, though she lacks information about the identity or number of assassins involved. The armored woman questions her further, asking if she knows the exact timing of the attack, but Byrne admits she doesn't have that detail either. The armored woman, appearing contemplative yet determined, takes in this information, mentally preparing for the unpredictable nature of the threat they face. The armored woman, exuding a confident authority, tells Byrne that she doesn't care if she gets killed, but emphasizes the importance of not being seen during the assassination. Byrne acknowledges, understanding the need for discretion. The armored woman advises her to confine herself to her room and ensure that no one else approaches, as this isolation is crucial to maintaining secrecy. Byrne, though agreeing, expresses concern about the challenges of isolating herself entirely, especially with the country's current state of turmoil. The conversation underscores the tension between duty and the risks of maintaining appearances amid looming danger. The armored woman advises Byrne that as long as she remains unseen, she can manage her duties from her room, ensuring her safety. She suggests that Byrne must have at least one subordinate she can rely on to help her carry out orders without direct interaction. Byrne contemplates, acknowledging that Anna is the only one she truly trusts. However, she realizes that being seen with Anna could compromise their secrecy, which leaves her feeling a bit lonely. She shakes off the thought, refocusing on the importance of her isolation and commitment to the plan. The armored woman finalizes the plan, deciding that if Anna serves as the message carrier, they can avoid any risk of Byrne's true identity being exposed to the public. She then turns to Licht, suggesting that he stay close to Byrne, ready to resurrect her immediately if anything goes wrong. She emphasizes that Licht will be with Byrne almost constantly, though not to the extent of escorting her to the bathroom. Licht, slightly taken aback by the suggestion, questions Aria's intentions, trying to clarify her plan's details while processing the level of commitment it entails. Byrne, showing her resolve, agrees to the plan without hesitation, expressing that she's fine with Licht staying by her side for protection. The armored woman notes Byrne's calm demeanor, pointing out how unworried she seems, to which Byrne simply responds with confidence. She then looks at Licht and, with a sincere expression, expresses her gratitude, acknowledging that she's in his debt for his support and willingness to assist her in this challenging time. Licht listens intently, acknowledging the trust Byrne has placed in him. Byrne formally requests Licht's protection, hoping he will support her well. Licht accepts her request, acknowledging it with a simple response. The armored woman, relaxed and confident, decides to take a nap, instructing them to wake her up when the enemy arrives. Byrne and Licht exchange a brief, somewhat surprised look, wondering if this laid-back approach is appropriate, but the armored woman insists there's nothing more to do now but wait for the assassin. Byrne concedes, agreeing with the plan, as they settle in for the impending confrontation. With a slight nervousness, Byrne formally asks Licht to take good care of her during the mission. Licht, equally bashful, responds in kind, indicating his readiness to support her. Their expressions reflect a mutual acknowledgement of the gravity of the task ahead. A caption then appears, declaring that the top-secret mission to guard the Queen has officially begun, marking the start of their closely aligned roles in protecting her. Byrne instructs her maid, Anna, to inform the other servants that no one is to enter her room for the next 3 days, emphasizing the importance of this restriction. Anna expresses concern for Byrne's well-being, questioning if she will truly be all right. Byrne reassures her, stating that she'll be fine and will notify Anna through the door if anything occurs. With slight hesitation but trust, Anna agrees to follow Byrne's instructions. Byrne expresses her trust in Anna, acknowledging her as the only person allowed to be there and ensuring that she won't fail her. Anna responds with determination. Shortly after, Byrne appears, apologizing for the delay and noting that her preparations are complete. Aria and Licht stand by, observing her arrival, with Aria showing slight impatience. Aria discusses her confidence in Anna's discretion, despite her outward appearance suggesting otherwise, while Licht questions if it's wise to place such trust in her. Byrne reassures Aria and Licht of her own ability to confine herself for 3 days, which surprises Licht, as he hadn't expected such adaptability from a queen. Aria notes how fortunate they are not to have to worry about others observing them, attributing this level of ease to the trust placed in Byrne. Byrne comments on the likely chaos among the humans dealing with adventurers, with Aria agreeing and calling humans foolish. Aria then mentions she's heading to bed, leaving Licht and Byrne to decide on their own activities. Byrne considers using a deck of playing cards to pass the time, though she doubts it will be entertaining for long. With everything in order, they ponder on what they can do to occupy themselves. Licht observes Aria asleep on the bed and, feeling somewhat awkward, offers to play cards with Byrne. However, Byrne declines, mentioning she doesn't know the rules. As they stand together, Byrne shifts the conversation, expressing her admiration for Licht's ability to resurrect the dead. Licht, taken slightly aback by the compliment, responds with gratitude. Byrne expresses her curiosity about Licht's resurrection skill, specifically asking about its limitations, such as how long after death it remains effective. Licht explains that he can resurrect someone even if they've been dead for up to 100 years, and there is no specific time limit he's aware of. Byrne then inquires if there's a limit to how many times he can use this ability, to which Licht responds that he has tested it extensively, especially on rats, without encountering any restrictions. Byrne asks Licht if there is a distance limit to his resurrection ability, wondering if he can perform it from afar. Licht replies that he doubts it, explaining that he likely needs to be physically present at the place where the subject died for his skill to work effectively. This leaves Byrne pondering the limitations, while Arya listens intently from nearby, appearing amused by their conversation. As the evening deepens, Byrne apologizes to Licht for letting their conversation continue so late. Licht reassures her, expressing that he also enjoyed their chat. Byrne then hesitates, appearing slightly embarrassed, before explaining that she usually takes a bath at this time of night. Licht listens, intrigued by her sudden revelation. While Byrne gathers her composure, Licht approaches Arya, who is lying on the bed, trying to decide how to wake her up. After hesitating, he reaches out to nudge her. Suddenly, Arya springs up, biting Licht's hand in a sleepy reaction. Startling him, he pulls back, surprised by her reaction, as she blinks awake, confused and asking Licht what's going on. Arya, now fully awake, expresses her gratitude, visibly alert after the earlier commotion. Byrne announces her intention to head to the bathroom and invites Arya to accompany her. Arya agrees readily, showing she's fully alert. As they leave, Byrne's tail suddenly appears, a sign of her relaxation and relief, to which Licht comments, noting that her tail usually shows when she feels at ease. Byrne thanks Licht warmly for his help, with her tail still visible, indicating her comfort. Arya suggests that Licht join them, believing it would be safer if they all stay together. Licht politely declines, expressing confidence that everything will be fine. Byrne cheerfully takes the lead, prompting Arya to follow closely. Arya, feeling a bit hesitant but understanding, agrees to proceed. The two head off together, leaving Licht behind as he watches them depart. Licht notices a strange sound and watches as Byrne presses against a wall, revealing a hidden door. She explains that it's a secret entrance to a private area, specifically built to provide a place where she can properly manage her tail. The wall rumbles as the hidden passage opens, leaving Licht surprised by the concealed room's purpose. Licht suggests that hiding Byrne in the secret room would be safer, noting the convenience of avoiding unnecessary travel. Byrne explains that she convinced the humans by framing it as a way to reduce wasted travel time. Arya enters the hidden room and admires its structure, acknowledging that it's quite well built. Byrne and Licht observe the spacious and concealed area, impressed by its design. Byrne offers to prepare new clothes for Arya, who accepts the gesture gratefully. Arya then examines the shower, asking for instructions on how to use it, and Byrne begins to show her. Later, Arya relaxes in the bath, letting out a satisfied sigh as she enjoys the warm water and the peaceful moment in the hidden room. Arya notices that Byrne hasn't entered the bath yet and asks her about it. Byrne explains that she is taking care of her tail first before soaking in the bath. Arya watches Byrne carefully tend to her tail and comments on the difficulty of being a fox spirit. Now understanding why foxtails fetch such a high price, Byrne, feeling unsettled, asks Arya not to say something so terrifying. Arya mischievously asks Byrne if she can fluff her tail again sometime, causing Byrne to respond hesitantly. Byrne reassures Arya, stating she doesn't have poor taste. While they interact in the bath, a figure outside observes them from a window, clicking his tongue in frustration. The mysterious man, hidden outside the castle, observes Licht inside and contemplates his identity. He notes that Licht doesn't appear to be the Chamberlain and feels certain that Licht wasn't among the individuals he previously investigated. Pondering his next move, he questions whether he should abandon his current plan due to this unexpected presence. The intruder grips a poison dart, calculating that he could eliminate Licht immediately with it. He contemplates that the poison dart is silent and painless, ensuring that Licht wouldn't even realize he had been attacked. Aware that his mission has a strict deadline, he considers this his best chance, uncertain if he'll have another opportunity to slip into the castle unnoticed. The intruder raises his blowpipe to his lips, inhales deeply, and releases a dart aimed precisely at Licht. The dart travels through the air with high velocity, headed directly towards its target. Just as Licht turns slightly, the dart closes in, unnoticed, approaching his neck. The intruder watches intently as the dart finds its mark, hitting Licht precisely as intended. Licht stumbles, the effect of the poison taking hold, and collapses to the ground. Satisfied with his initial success, the intruder contemplates his next steps, aware that the true challenge is only just beginning. Licht awakens, disoriented, wondering if he fell asleep. The intruder, watching him through the window, is taken aback, unable to comprehend why the poison doesn't seem to have affected Licht as anticipated. He reassesses the situation, considering that the dart had definitely hit its target, but now questioning its effectiveness. Licht, seemingly unharmed, speculates that perhaps his fatigue was due to not resting properly during his days off, finding the whole experience rather strange. The intruder, after realizing his plan has failed, quickly leaps out of the window, frustrated with the situation. Meanwhile, Arya, oblivious to what just transpired, finishes her bath with satisfaction, expressing how refreshing it was. The intruder, now outside, makes his escape, contemplating his next move. Arya, drying off after her bath, casually asks Licht if anything unusual happened. Licht, looking puzzled, mentions that he momentarily lost consciousness but didn't detect any sign of an enemy, leaving him unsure of what truly occurred. Arya, somewhat amused, acknowledges his response with a playful expression, though Licht remains perplexed. Arya, concerned, questions Licht about his physical and mental well-being, wondering if he might be suffering from exhaustion or an illness that caused his sudden fainting. Licht replies that he's never experienced an illness capable of causing such symptoms before. Arya then confirms that if he were to die, any illness would likely disappear, offering some reassurance despite the odd situation. Arya, with an enthusiastic expression, instructs Licht to clench his teeth, confusing him as he questions her intent. While she explains her desire to loosen him up a bit, Licht hesitates, not fully trusting her intentions. At that moment, Byrne enters the scene, asking about the situation, causing both Arya and Licht to pause and turn their attention toward her arrival. Byrne, observing the room, comments that nothing unusual seems to have occurred. Meanwhile, Arya, sitting relaxed, notices an open window and points it out to Licht. He turns to confirm, agreeing with her observation. Arya possesses a powerful skill called spatial manipulation. Once she secures an enclosed space, she can distort it, causing everything within to slow down. This ability grants her a significant advantage, although it has a limited activation condition. Licht inspects the slightly old window, noting it won't close fully if not handled carefully. He realizes that if left open, it would prevent Arya from effectively using her skill, especially if they were attacked during sleep. Arya quickly settles into bed, drifting off almost instantly. Byrne observes her speed in falling asleep and suggests that they should go to bed as well, noting that the bed is large enough for the three of them. Licht, however, insists on sleeping on the sofa, but Byrne encourages him to avoid discomfort by joining them on the bed. As Arya and Byrne settle on the bed, Arya shifts closer to Byrne, making her visibly uncomfortable. Observing this, Licht quietly turns off the lights and leaves them to rest. He proceeds to the sofa where he prepares himself to sleep for the night, sitting alone in contemplation. Licht awakens in the morning, his gaze drifting over the tranquil scenery outside. He greets Byrne, who appears visibly tired and worn. She returns his greeting, her expression and posture reflecting a night of little rest. Byrne confronts Licht, questioning why he left her the previous day. Licht, caught off guard, insists it wasn't intentional and wonders what exactly happened. Meanwhile, Arya remains asleep, and Licht, after briefly talking with Byrne, requests a cup of coffee before heading over to wake her up. Reaching her bedside, he energetically attempts to rouse her from sleep. Arya wakes up groggily, acknowledging the morning light. As Licht attempts to greet her, she playfully bites his hand, causing him to step back. After fully waking up, Arya casually brings up Licht's fainting episode from the previous day, checking on his current condition. Licht, slightly caught off guard, remembers the incident and confirms he feels fine. Arya energetically jumps out of bed, ready to start the day. Arya, now fully dressed in her armor, remarks on how her body feels refreshed after a good night's sleep. She concludes that her fainting episode yesterday was likely a coincidence, as she feels completely recovered. Noticing her upbeat demeanor, Licht acknowledges her improvement with a nod. Arya points out a figure lurking suspiciously in the shadows outside. Catching Licht's attention, she hints at the unnatural behavior of the person, but Licht struggles to see due to his limited eyesight compared to hers. Arya expresses slight annoyance at the inconvenience humans face due to weaker vision. Arya suddenly slams her hands forward with a loud gesture, causing a reaction from the suspicious figure outside. She observes his startled response and, with a satisfied look, confirms that he has indeed reacted, affirming her suspicions. As the situation grows urgent, Arya urges Licht to act quickly, informing him that the suspect is attempting to escape. Byrne asks Licht if she can trust him to look after her, to which Licht confidently agrees. Arya, with a look of satisfaction and readiness, expresses her high expectations, seemingly assured of Licht's capabilities.